Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Actually, it's night for me.
Mm.
Good night in that case. Making myself a quick breakfast, so turning my video off. So I'll be back in a few.
Good morning, everyone. We can slowly start our training.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Morning. Morning.
Good morning. You can turn on your video so we can see each other.
Good morning.
And I think we don't need to do our check-in because I was able to identify all of you by the names that you are using in Zoom. So everybody who should be here is here. We are still waiting for one person to show up, but I think we just start. And I hope that that guy will show up. So this is a certified Scrum product owner training. So if anyone here for Scrum Master, because we run both trainings in parallel today. So if you're here for Scrum Master, you are in the wrong room. This is a certified Scrum product owner training. And if we talk about the goals of this training, we will try to lay down a solid foundation for your future work as product owner. Meaning that when we are done tomorrow, I hope that you will kind of learn how to become a change agent in your own organization, how to change things for better. We will be talking about how to involve customers and users into co-creation of products. Spend good time on figuring out like product vision, how to create good product vision, how to manage product backlogs, talk about prioritization techniques, why we choose one thing over the other, how to plan product releases, what is the business model behind the product, how to make money. And essentially, if we want to summarize kind of what is this training about, it's about launching products from idea to cash, right? We want to take the whole spectrum of product creation and talk through the whole thing, like how do we go about launching a new product? Or if it doesn't have to be new, it can be an existing product that you want to develop further. I will not bother you with long introductions of myself. My name is Sergey. I have Russian origin, obviously. I've spent 17 years in Russia, so I was growing up in Russia, and then I moved to Norway. So then it was 25 years in Norway, and in 2015 I moved to California, to San Diego, where I live now. And yeah, that's basically, I've done a lot of things online. If you want to find more information about me, just Google me. The most important pieces of information you see on flip charts to the right. I'm really glad to hear your war stories, like stories from real life, how you guys are applying the concepts that we're going to be discussing here in real life. Like, what are you doing? What are you struggling with? So if you feel one day lonely and you want to talk to someone about product ownership, you're welcome to dial my number or send me an email or connect to me on LinkedIn. So I'm really glad to stay in touch after the training. So feel free to drop me a line. And you see my phone and email and all the information there. When it comes to using digital tools, and I think by now all of you must be trained pretty well on using Zoom, because most of us are having meetings and work done through online. And you should be able logging in and out of the conference. I think all of you already here, which proves that you can do this. Turning video on and off is a nice thing, because up till kind of before COVID came, these trainings were strictly face-to-face meetings, and Scrum Alliance never had virtual trainings. And when COVID came, we were given kind of a temporary permission to run this training online, as we are doing it on Zoom, with the requirement that everybody should have their video on. And having video on also help us manage the breaks. I will give you a lot of breaks. I know how hard it is to sit the whole day in front of your computer, so we will be aiming at having breaks every hour. And I will ask you to turn your video off when we go on a break. And then I'll ask you to turn it on, and it will help me see who are we still waiting for. So if your video is not on after the break, I know that you are missing and we can wait you a little bit. So turning it on and off is really, really good. And have it on all the time unless we're on the break. The same is true for muting and unmuting sounds. I see that all of you are muted or sitting with your sounds muted now, which is great. Many times there are barking dogs and barking husbands in the background. We don't want to hear those things. So just put it on mute when you're not speaking, and you can unmute yourself anytime. So don't ask for permission, just go ahead and mute yourself, start talking. And when you are done, mute yourself back again. We will be using chat. I think, let me just type something in the chat so everybody is, here is the chat. So I just typed in the chat, so there should be a notification blinking on your screen somewhere. You can, if you are too shy asking questions with voice, you can always type them in the chat, and I will be monitoring what happens in the chat and going through the questions there as well. Last thing about Zoom, we're gonna be using breakout rooms, and those are just like, we will do a lot of exercises, and exercises are of course better done in smaller groups. So 5 people together, like talking to each other. And in order to do this, you don't have to do anything on your end. I will click a button here on my end, and I will split you into, let's say, 4 groups of 5 people. And then you will kind of, for the duration of the exercise, you will be in a smaller group with 4 other people and you. And then when the time is over, you will automatically be brought back into this big main room. Prashant asks, should we ask questions along the way, or will we give some Q&A? We will have Q&A time, but I think just go ahead and ask as you go, because many times your questions are connected to the topic we are discussing. So waiting for Q&A doesn't make sense, because then you forgot all the context. So jump in with your questions as soon as you feel for it. And if it's going to be too many questions, I can always say, hey guys, let's put this question a little bit, but feel free to bring them in, and then we will see if we answer them there and then, or we can park them sometimes till better time a little bit later. Any other questions when it comes to Zoom? All good? Everybody is okay using it? Yeah. No, nobody needs help with this. Okay, and another digital tool that we're going to be using that will allow us to collaborate together. So like together we can be typing on this in this tool. It's called Miro. It's an endless whiteboard. And I think instead of me just talking, let me just show you what it is. So I'll stop screen sharing and I will share with you how Miro looks. And I think another, this is Miro. I'll drop the link to this. You all should have gotten the link, to Miro in the welcome email that we sent to you. But I think it's going to be much faster if I just drop the link in the chat. Oh, so sorry, that's the wrong link. Give me a second. It didn't copy. Copy board link. This is the link. So it starts with miro.com. So if you click on this link, then you will be it will open this tool in your browser, and you don't have to register. You don't have to do anything. Just kind of normally click. If something doesn't work, like I heard that with some browsers, sometimes Miro can be struggling. In this case, use Chrome, because in Chrome it's really well tested and usually never kind of no glitches happen there. I am using Safari on the Mac also without problems, but if something doesn't work, you can try switching the browser. There is also an opportunity if you want to download their app, which tend to work a little bit faster, but if it works in the browser, you don't have to do anything. So in Miro, I'll show you a little bit what it is. So if you watch my screen now, I am sharing with you, like it's a whiteboard with a lot of different areas that I have created as placeholders for our exercises. And navigating here is really easy. If you have a mouse, you can just click the mouse and drag the board around. You can, if you look at the bottom right corner, the bottom right, it shows a zoom percentage. So you are above the board and you can zoom in and out. So you can be closer to the board or further away from the board. So being further away helps you with panning to the right space and then zooming in when we're going to be doing exercises. I'll show you. So if you click on plus, it's going to be zooming in. If you click on minus, it zooms out. And I'm just zooming now in on the first area that we're going to be using very soon to do our meet and greet, our first exercise. You see, I have created empty tables like table 1, table 2, table 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to be using 4 of those tables when we're going to be working. So placing sticky notes, like mostly we will be creating sticky notes, and I will give you a time to explore how this tool works. So our first exercise will be really simple. You will have to create a sticky note with your name on it and put the sticky on the table at which you will be sitting. If you watch the left panel, like on the left side along your browser window, there is a panel, and one of the buttons there is called sticky note. And you can try, if you click on this, it gives you a variety of choices. You click on the color that you like, and then you click somewhere on the board, and it creates a sticky note, and you type some text, and type text. And you can all do this now if you want to try, but we will do this in the first exercise as well. So if you are able to create those stickies and type, kind of, that's mostly what we're going to be using. And then if you want to resize the sticky, sometimes they came out huge because of the level that you are zoomed in. So you can drag, like when you click on the sticky, you can drag the corners of this sticky note and it becomes larger. If you kind of drag it out, if you drag it in, it becomes smaller again. So you can change the size of the sticky. You can also change the text inside the sticky if you just double click on any sticky, not necessarily yours. You can edit somebody else's stickies as well. But if you double click on a sticky, you are able to change the text there. So I am now changing the text on the sticky that I have created. So it's should be really easy. And the problem sometimes people have is with navigation. I can show you another way of how to navigate this board. Maybe it's a little bit easier for you if you don't understand how to drag and pan. Then if you go to the bottom left corner, there are 2 gray arrows in the very corner at the bottom on the left side. And if you click on those 2 arrows, it opens up a small menu at the bottom of your screen, and the very first button there is called frames. If you click on that frames button, it will open up a big left panel, and it looks like PowerPoint, where all the areas that I have created for our work are shown. First area, meet and greet. If you click on this area, it will automatically zoom and pan to the right place. If I'm clicking on area number 2, which is called expectation, which is going to be our next exercise, it will zoom and pan on the other area. So it's really kind of easy to zoom and pan just by clicking on those areas. Any questions when it comes to Miro? Kind of, are you able to log in, or do you see Miro? Do you see me kind of and people creating sticky notes? And remember, I'll give you the time now. Like our first exercise, we're going to be playing around with Miro, and you will have time to ask me questions if something doesn't work. So, first exercise in front of us. What we're gonna do, I already told you. I will just split you now into 4 groups of 5 people, and when I start the exercise, I'll give you 7 minutes to play around with the board and to talk to each other. So when I start the exercise, the timer will be clicking down on the Miro board at the bottom. You will see a timer counting down from 7 minutes. And when the time is up, Zoom will warn you that, guys, you have 60 seconds left to wrap up your talkings. And then when the time is over, you will be kind of throwing back in. So during the exercise, talk to each other and introduce yourself to each other. Tell the people what is your name, where are you working, and why are you here. And while you talk to each other, everybody creates a sticky note with their name, and then you put the sticky on the appropriate table. So now you don't know which table you are at, but as soon as I start the smaller rooms, the breakout rooms, you will see that at the top of your screen, Zoom will say breakout room number 1, breakout room number 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, not 5, 2, 3, 4. We will use 4 different tables. So the top of your window will tell you what is the number of your table, and it's going to be 4 tables. Anita writes that, Anita, are you able to access Miro? What happens if you click on the link to Miro?
Hey, this is Anita here. For some reason, my clicks are not going through. So the link that you just sent on the chat, is that the link?
Yeah, that's the link. So what happens when you click on the link?
It's saying, do you want to leave the Zoom meeting? That's what it says.
I think you might be clicking on the link above because he sent the Zoom link and then he sent the Miro board right underneath. So make sure you're clicking on the Miro.
Okay, I guess that's what I did. I'm sorry. Let me try that.
Does it work?
Trying right now.
And I have created smaller groups for us now. So
I got it. Thank you.
Okay, good. So now I will start the timer, 7 minutes. Remember, you talk to each other, introduce yourself to each other, create some sticky notes with your names, and put the stickies on the appropriate tables. That's all we're gonna do now. It's very easy. Let's start the exercise.
Sergey,
Yes.
hey Sergey, can you hear me? Okay. So I've been having problem with my computer camera. So I
you can try
joined.
moving both of your devices to the same same.
I can do that.
I can do this.
How do I do that?
Yeah, I can do
Oh,
this.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm in the.
You're gonna be in the room number 1, right? Something is like somehow is stuck here. Can you try, Anita, joining in and out? Just leave Zoom and then come back again. I think that might help. I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Do you want me to leave in both?
Yeah, if you can leave the meeting now and come back again, I think it's gonna be right. Okay, now everybody is back. Let's see. It looks really nice. People have been able uh, to type their names on sticky notes. Anybody had problems? Anybody needs help? And you can ask for help now. Everything okay? Anita had some problems kind of joining the group, so I hope we can fix it in the next exercise, Anita.
Sure.
Otherwise, otherwise it looks good. So every table, like this is how it should look like when if you see we are zooming on table 2. There were Guy, Vishal, Prashant, Kimberly, and Ranjit at the table, and then at table number 3 we had Trong, Akash, Justin, Karma, and Christina. So yeah, this is how it should look. It looks like you guys are doing great, and just continue doing what you're already doing. Let's go back to our presentation. Let's see, breakout, meet and greet. This is something we've done. Okay, working agreements. I think I covered most of the working agreements already. Let's just make sure that we have all of it and make an official okay. So stay on mute when not speaking. I think this one was covered. Have camera on at all times unless we are on a break. No side conversations. Most of us are at home, so please try to kind of tell everybody in your house that, guys, I'm studying. Let's aim at having a break every 50 minutes. So 50 minutes on, 10 minutes off, 50 on, 10 off. And so we continue this. It looks like this is the easiest way how to stay alive till the end of the day by taking regular breaks. So, and if I talk too much, and if I will try watching the timings. But if I talk too much and you see that it's been 1 hour since we've took a break last time, tell me, and we will be needing those breaks. We will have lunch for 1 hour, 3 hours from now. So New York time, 1 o'clock till 2. For those of you who are in California, that's going to be breakfast probably from 10 to 11. And we admire you guys from California for getting up that early. Sometimes there are going to be a lot of us who want to talk simultaneously, and it will create a cacophony of sounds. So in those cases, when a lot of us wants to talk, there is a nice functionality here in Zoom. If you go to there is a button here, I think, that gives you like actions, or I don't know how it's called, because for me it's called, it's under participants button, but sometimes it's actions or something else, which gives you different buttons to click. And one of those buttons is like, it's a thumb up, thumb down, raise your hand. So if you find those buttons, try clicking on raise your hand and or thumb up. This can be a signal to me that one of you wants to talk, and the good thing about it that then I have all those raised hands in a sequence, who raised them first and who second, and then I can give you turns to talk when there are a lot of people who want to talk simultaneously. So you can click on this, raise your hand when you want to talk, and when we are many. You are responsible for your own learning, and this line means everything to me. If I talk too fast, tell me to slow down. If I am really slow, tell me to speed up. If I talk about something that you think like, okay, it's enough, you can tell me, Sergey, it's enough. Let's move to another topic. So try to, I can see your beautiful faces on my screen, but I cannot read your minds, unfortunately. So if you don't tell me, I don't know, right? So if there's anything, if I can make your life better in some way, just tell me and I will try to accommodate your wishes. So don't sit there, like if you have questions, jump in and ask. If you think that we need another break, an extra break, or we don't need a break, whatever, right? Just tell me and I will try to fix this thing. Let's start on time. So if I say the break is 10 minutes, then it's 10 minutes, and please come back after 10 minutes. Remember, we're going to be waiting for you. Like I will be asking you to turn the video off, and then I will be waiting till all of you come back. There are no such things as stupid questions. So don't be afraid of asking questions. You can ask, hey, at our work, we do this. Is this okay? Or I've seen companies or I've seen teams doing this and that. Kind of, what do you think about it? So don't be afraid. That's why we go to trainings, right? So that you can ask whatever you want and do this. Your questions make this training unique. Your questions make this training much better, because when you ask, you also share your experience with other people, and it's really cool to see what others are doing. And the same is true for mistakes. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. It's much better to do mistakes here during the training than back at work, right? So feel free to screw up any way you like. Nobody gonna die here on the training if we make mistakes. So use this opportunity to do some crazy things. It's all right. Nobody gonna shoot you here. So they are kind of this. It's not suit and tie meeting, right? So relax, talk all the bullshit you want, to ask questions, do whatever you want. It's our time, and we can have it productive and fun. Good. I think that's all about our working agreements. If you can live by these rules for a couple of days, I will ask you to raise a thumb up now, or put plus in the chat, type plus in the chat, but give me a sign that you are okay with these rules. If you are not okay, you can tell me so, and we can probably change those rules if you don't like some of them, or if something doesn't work for you, you can ask and we can rewrite it. I see a lot of thumbs up.
Your screen went black for me.
Yeah, I was about to say as well.
Oh, okay. Is this happening still or not?
It looks scrambled for me.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
Oh yeah, I think I see it on my iPad as well. Yeah, now. Strange. Okay, let's see if it doesn't get better. I can probably try switching the line. I have maybe some issues, some hiccups with the. Is it better now? Because now on my iPad it became better. Okay, if this happens, please tell me, because then I can try switching the line. I have two different internet connections here in the hotel. Good. So next exercise is about gathering your expectations to this training. So we will do it really easy. Again, I'll put a timer on 7 minutes. We go to our smaller rooms and we talk to each other. Like as you talk to each other, create sticky notes with your expectations. One idea per sticky note. So one sticky note, one idea, or one idea, one expectation. So what do you want from this training? Like maybe you have some questions already, or maybe you expect certain things that kind of you want me to talk about during the training. So those things, it's the time that you put those things in written. Let me show you in Miro where we go. So if we, give me a second, I'll share a Miro screen. And Miro is here. And remember, if you want to navigate the easiest way, most probably you go to the bottom left, and there is a panel along the bottom hidden behind two gray arrows. You click on the first button there called frames. It will open up a left panel with different areas, and you click on area number 2, which is called expectations. If you just want to pan the board, this area is to the left or to the right from the meet and greet. So meet and greet exercises here, as you can see my screen, and then a little bit to the right, there are 6 tables with expectations. And if you see those, you are in the right place. I can click this button, bring everybody to me. So you should be seeing those empty tables now. That's where we're going to be working. So for the expectations, again, I'll put a timer on 7 minutes and we start doing this exercise. Before I hit start button, questions, any questions from anyone? The task is clear. We write expectations. What do you want to achieve? Okay, then 7 minutes.
A quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you want us all to write 1 or 2, or does it not matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, as many as you want, as many as you like, right? So if you have questions, write them down and put them on your table. Good, so let's start. 7 minutes starts now.
Um,
Still 25 seconds. Oops, 25 seconds till other teams will join us. All right. Looks like everybody is back, and it looks like you've had a productive run. So let's zoom in, and I think let's do the following. Like, I will ask a volunteer from every table to give us a short summary, like 1 minute summary of what happened at your table. Let's start with table 1. Can we get a volunteer?
Sure, I can do it since I kind of wrote them down. So the big picture is a lot of what we talked about was kind of the process. So the process around a lot of things like how do you, what are the roles and responsibilities, managing expectations, setting up roadmaps. So the actual like practicalness of what we're learning. There was, learning how to get requirements from the customer and truly understanding their needs. And also about the teams. How do you keep the teams engaged? How do you make them efficient, especially in this world where we have teams that are sitting at different parts of the world and remote? So
yeah.
Anyone on the team have anything else?
You got it, Monica. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Okay, let's move to table 2 and get a volunteer here as well.
Yeah, I can talk about table 2. So for us, two of our teammates were very new to the entire project management space. So we want to understand the terminologies, how to better write user stories, understand the differences between POs and PMs, and then diving deep into how do you prioritize those stories, how do you manage conflict as a PO within your team, and then how do you manage stakeholder expectations if the project gets delayed. So basically the entire project management scope. Please feel free to add if you want, team 2.
Thank you, Prashant. Moving on.
Yeah, thanks. You covered everything. Yep.
Yeah. Moving to table 3. Do we have a volunteer here? Someone speaking on mute? No?
I guess I can speak to our table. So it took a while just for people to get their thoughts together, figuring out, what they're really expecting from this. We did have a conversation about small teams because like I was in the Scrum Master training yesterday and we were trying to do a lot in a short period of time. And how can you pretend to, wear a certain hat when it's all hands on deck? So that was one of the conversations. And then just trying to figure out how to apply things, get certified, just as a focus.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. This big sticky, we need to resize it smaller, but I cannot do it before someone lets it go because you see it's grayed out.
That's me. I'm gonna try and do it.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Good, and we have one more table. So guys from table 4, can we hear what happened at your table?
Yeah, sure. I can go for table four. So we had a good mix of like high level stuff we wanted to accomplish, along with lower level things where a lot of us are kind of looking for maybe partially a career change. We're trying to break into product ownership or product management, and then some practical examples that like looking at solving problems between Scrum teams and the rest of the org, and some of the other like lower level things like better understanding of the product backlog. So we had a mix of where we're coming from for this training and what we're looking to get out of it.
Yeah.
And team, feel free to add anything if I missed anything.
So this is all good. So all of the things that you guys are highlighting and want to know, we will either they already been on my agenda or like there were a few things here which were not on my agenda, but now I know about them and I will tailor the training so that we cover all those things as well. So as we go, try to see that you get all the answers to these questions, and tomorrow we will go back to this expectation board and see that all of the expectations are done. Good, and I think it's been 52 minutes since we started, so that this makes it a perfect time for a break, our first break. And to do this, we're gonna do really easy. I will put a timer on 10 minutes, and I will show you the ticking timer while you turn off your screens now and go grab some coffee, fruit, or just stand up and move around and get some oxygen flowing and blood flowing. So let's do it now. 10 minutes starts now. I hope everybody can see the timer. All right, the time is up. Let's see. Let me share the screen. So let's start talking a little bit about the role of a product owner. And let's see if we can start the sharing of the screen. Can you hear me, by the way? Okay,
Yes.
and the screen is sharing as well. Okay.
Yes.
So next next breakout session gonna be 10 minutes, where I want all of you to do a warm up, like to warm up or discussing what is this role, right? What is this role? Because and when you get back after this warm up, we will discuss the differences. Like this is a new role which Scrum has introduced. We had project managers before, we had product managers before, but we didn't have a product owner. And now it's very interesting to see what is your current understanding of the role. So let's do this warm up. Split your 10 minutes approximately as it's written on the flip chart or on the PowerPoint presentation now. Like, try to start with the essence, like what is the core of this role? What are the what are the main things about this role? And then you can discuss a little bit what kind of characteristics should this this person have to make a good fit for the role. And then talk a little bit about things that it's good that the product owner knows, right? And finally, try to, after all these talks, like what is the essence, what should you be able to do, what kind of person should you be? After this, try to find the metaphor that shows us, like that represents this role well. So like metaphorically. And I think that while you talk to each other, you can write sticky notes on the table. Let me show you. We're gonna be working in Miro as always. Let's see if I can find the right place. So when we are in Miro, then we have area number 3, which is straight below the first exercise, which was writing our names with the stickies. Below it, we have next area, which is called the role of a product owner, and you see empty tables there. I can try getting everybody here so that you see what I see. So that's where we're gonna be working. So you see in the middle, I also has this reminder on what you should be discussing. So talk to each other, talk about this role, and write sticky notes as you do. And when you are done, and when you have found the metaphor, try to upload the picture of your metaphor to Miro. I can show you how you do it. If you look in the left panel, if you don't have a Google image search button, then it's hidden under 3 dots. The last button is 3 dots, and then there is Google image search, like a letter G. If you cannot find this, you can easily just search normally in your browser in Google for the image, and then you can drag and drop image straight into Miro board. Let's say that I think that Scrum looks like jazz to me, and I want to find the picture of a jazz band. I just type jazz band into the search box, and I hit enter, and then Miro gives you all those jazz bands and the pictures. So you double click on the picture that you like, and it will kind of load it in. and then you can resize the picture by clicking on it and dragging in the corners and then moving it around as you do with the sticky notes. It's the same thing. So find the metaphor of this role and upload the picture of the metaphor and put it on your table. So when we are done, you have a picture which represents the product owner for you and a few sticky notes describing this role. So that's what we're going to be doing in the next 10 minutes. Any questions before we start? As I like to say, is the task sufficiently unclear to everybody?
I have a question.
Yes, John.
So can you give us some ideas about how different it is between essence and characteristic?
Oh yeah, like the essence is where you think what are the most important things about the role, and it could be that one of those essence things is a certain characteristic, while characteristics are something like personal characteristics. What kind of person should be in order to fit well with this role? Like what should you kind of should you be like? What kind of skills? Things that you should know. Good. Then I'll put a timer on breakout rooms for 10 and we start our warm-up. Sergey hops in and out. 15 seconds, still last team join us. Now, everybody's back. Let's start sharing what happened at your tables, where discussions went, and what kind of metaphors have you guys found? So can we get a volunteer from table 1 to tell us about the metaphor and the role?
I'll kick it off. Me and Robin are going to take turns. So we discussed about the role of the product owner, and we decided as a team, starting off with having a good product vision, having good active listening, coming from understanding client needs really well, also making sure, being part of daily stand-ups, making sure the team's going down the right path, and evaluating progress as part of that, and making sure that the team's meeting the success criteria or the definition of done. Did I miss anything? Oh, prioritizing and managing product backlogs, also super important. And informed decision making. So if you're listening really well and coming at your team really confidently, that's where you're going to be able to make really informed decisions. Robin, did you want to jump in at this point? And please feel free to cover anything I might have missed.
Yeah, and I think overall the kind of metaphor that we were thinking of is really the product owner is kind of the conductor of an orchestra. So with many different groups, kind of hitting on some of the points there. They're kind of managing each little group there, and they're also kind of at the very end, if you will, sort of demoing. They're the ones kind of leading all that group. So kind of what we kind of gathered is we thought a conductor of an orchestra best kind of represented the product owner.
Good, thank you. Makes a lot of sense. Let's move to the next table. You guys have created a very interesting solution here, so I need to zoom out a bit to show everybody what is done. Who can give us some comments? Oops.
I can start. If you can scroll to the left a little, or maybe I can just jump. All right, so we were discussing about all the ideas, right? What is the product owner responsible for? Validating the ideas, defining maybe the user stories, managing product backlog, assembling the project team together, the dev team, testers, QA testing, whatever, and probably owning the release of the product in different increments, right? And bringing all the stakeholders together and managing stakeholder expectations with each release, right? And the PO should have a very good understanding of the goals, the business processes, and be able to prioritize based on that, because prioritization is not a straight approach. And definitely have a very good understanding of customer needs. Then we kind of prioritize our top 5 characteristics, as you can see on the board there. And what a good PO should know is probably have a very good understanding of the different stakeholders and be able to manage those relationships. It would be awesome for the PO to have a good tech understanding of the product that they're developing. And also, like when we talk about managing stakeholder expectations, the PO should know, a good PO should know when to step in during various conflicts within the team, because conflicts are very much about to happen on each team. So the PO should know when to, provide guidance. And the metaphor is, I think Kimberly will explain that. Kimberly, are you there?
Oh, sorry, everyone, I was on mute. I suggested that the metaphor could be Jerry Maguire, because he was supposed to be a value maximizer. He was responsible for making sure that he was able to get the most money for the pro athlete that he was representing. So in my mind, the product owner is the person that tries to find value for the client, value for the company. They just need to find the most value overall. So I went with Jerry Maguire, Show Me the Money. And if anyone is not familiar with that movie, you'll have to see the YouTube clip.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
paste the link in the chat.
Thank you very much. And moving on to the next table, let's get to table 3.
All right. So for the essence of product owner, we had down a translator of business requirements to technical team, someone who's looking at kind of both sides in terms of what the business is asking versus the delivery team. The top 5 characteristics that we had were someone who's good at managing stakeholder expectations, someone that's a good negotiator, being a great communicator, delivering value to the business, someone that's able to see the value being delivered, and having a solution mindset for kind of issues or problems that the business uncovers that might not know necessarily what the solution is. Additional qualities, we had down expertise of the product, knowing the organization's strategic priorities and mission, having an understanding of KPIs and relationship building, as well as analysis skills. And for our metaphor, we're kind of thinking along the lines of kind of a jack of all trades and a translator is what we came up with.
Yeah. Makes sense. Thank you. And last but not least, we have table 4.
All right. Hey, everyone. So the top 5 characteristics we thought of, a lot of the brainstorming we did on paper ourselves, so we didn't post that on the board, because I know all the tables were showing us up with their nice templates. So we just wanted to put that out there. And then, so for the 5 top characteristics we thought of a product owner was domain and product expertise, knowing your product and domain so you know what type of product you're delivering to the users and customers. Another essential portion is being a great communicator, because it all boils down to communication, written, verbal, especially with a team. Strong negotiator to make sure you're able to do that push and pull regarding what needs to be in the backlog, where we stand, what are the priorities. Hard decision making, and this is where saying no ties into, because being able to say no and really prioritize what needs to go in each feature, release, and whatever the case may be for the product is essential to good decision making. And lastly, coordinating the team to a unified product vision and having the vision, but also being accountable and transparent, because you're aligning everyone and what that product needs to be based on use cases and what the customers need. Now, as far as the analogy goes, based on recent developments, Tom Brady just won his 7th Super Bowl. And we decided Tom Brady is the best example of a product owner, because during the game, he's able to analyze the defense being the customers and what they're doing and reacting, because the product owner is very proactive in trying to stay ahead of the game, the competition, whatever the case may be. And Tom Brady does a great job of that, essentially as a team leader and as an athlete, making and calling the shots, plus making sure everyone's aligned, especially on the offense. Plus, he just got moved to his 2nd team in a long time and was still able to win, essentially saying product owners can move to any Scrum team and still provide value. Hence, Tom Brady is the GOAT and a product owner.
Thank you. Good explanation. All right. That was our warm up, and I think the discussions went really well. I was jumping from table to table, listening a little bit. Let's go back to our presentation. And yeah, and I think most of the things are that I kind of have on this list to the left been covered by you guys talking as well. I can try explaining those acronyms here. So ROI stands for return on investment, return. Oops. What happens? My iPad struggles. Okay, some return. Okay, I cannot write somehow. Something is happening to my iPad. Strange. Okay, I'll have to figure it out a little bit later. Okay, so yeah, ROI stands for return on investment, and P&L stands for profit and loss statement. So in essence, both things are about the financials. And when it comes to metaphors that we were discussing, I want to show you one more metaphor. Oops. Something strange happens to actually both my computers now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I lost my ability to write. So yeah, I'll talk and I'll see during the break what happens to my iPad. Yeah, so on the right, you see, oh, sorry, I wanted to show you the metaphor first. This metaphor. This metaphor is, who knows who the guy is? On the
Da Vinci, maybe?
Right? On the picture to the right.
Vasco da Gama.
Yeah, Vasco da Gama. Yes, the great explorer from Portugal. And this metaphor is taken from one of the trainings I've done in Portugal, and we had a great discussion there discussing this metaphor. First, someone said that product owner is like a captain on a ship, and then people started to go deeper, and by the end of the discussion, it was very good observation made that someone said, if you compare pirate ship and a military ship, product owner is more like a captain of a pirate ship. And I loved this discussion, and I want us to have it here again. Like, why do you think those two captains are different, and what makes a captain of a pirate ship a much better metaphor than a captain of a military ship? Who can try explaining us the differences?
I guess I'll give it a go. It's pretty obvious that in a navy or a military environment, there are orders and there are rules and procedures and guidelines on how to react to situations and how to do X, Y, and Z given A, B, and C situation, if you will. And any deviation is really not even allowed or permitted for most part. Whereas a pirate ship captain is really charting his or her own course, his in this case. They're really trailblazers in that sense, right? They're trying to figure out where to steer to. There's an element of risk involved. There's an element of decision making involved. There is certainly an element of chasing the goal. So there is an objective there, if you will. There is a realization that I can't achieve this on my own. I have to do it with my team. So all of that put together, I think it ties back to the characteristics of the product owner. I love that analogy. It makes a lot of sense.
Very good. Other observations, other things to add?
I can think of something else that wasn't added, which was the element of calculated risk taking, right? So as a product owner, you need to take risks at times, but they need to be calculated with information. And I guess pirates would know certain information about previous journeys, previous experiences, and I think that the captain would benefit from that. So I think that's another piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Good, good. Other observations, other things to comment on?
Well, if I can, I think it's also, the analogy is a great kind of see the opportunity, seize the opportunity, move quickly. Things can happen, and being ready to tackle them when they do, and take advantage of them and see them as opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Someone else was trying to say something as well.
Yeah, from my perspective, for me, sorry. Yeah, my knowledge about pirates is more from the movies, but I think that in a pirate, everyone is driven by their individual selfish motives, and a pirate ship captain is actually have to bring them all together. The end goal is chasing gold, but each one has their own selfish motives, unlike a military a ship where everyone has each other's back, sort of, which may happen in a team which is fragmented, disjointed, where each one is just focusing on their piece of work versus the overall picture, and the product owner is the one who's actually bringing it all together.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I think part of it too is the difference is a big military thinking of it's much bigger versus a pirate being much smaller and breaking things down much smaller and being able to also react a lot more quickly, was why I think the pirate kind of fits. And also probably more ability to say no, I think is also important for a product owner, of not always just saying yes to everything. So I think that all those kind of fit into with the being a captain of a pirate ship.
Yeah, good additions, and yeah, that's what we also noticed in this training in Portugal, that if you start comparing, it makes more and more sense. The deeper you dig, the more nuances and aspects you see in this metaphor, which is good. I was also gathering things or examples how not to do it, and those examples on how not to do it you see on the right. I call those things product owner traps. And this is something we see, I have seen a lot with my clients, especially kind of when I do coaching. Underpowered product owners, like many times this role is treated as an advanced version of a BA, like advanced version of a business analyst. Like they say, oh, dude, you need to watch the backlog. You will be kind of gathering requirements, but oftentimes the kind of gathering requirements, yes, taking decisions, no. And so they are limiting the power. They're actually limiting what you can do with the product. And in this case, it kind of, this is not how this role was created. So originally in Scrum, product owner was the king. This is another metaphor if you want. If you see the guy on the left drawing has a crown on his head. So it's a king or a queen. The original idea in Scrum was that people were so tired of committees and a lot of executives trying to make a decision and couldn't come to agreement, that they said, hey, we need to dedicate one person, a single ringable neck, right? A person who will take all the decisions, like in case the team cannot agree, in case stakeholders cannot agree, we need to have someone who will be like a king, thinking what's best for the company, what's best for the goals that we are having in front of us, and taking a decision. So if stakeholders cannot agree, the product owner can cut through the crap and said, guys, I have the power to take this decision. If you cannot agree, if I cannot facilitate you talking together and agreeing on something, then I will have to decide so that we are not sitting in one place without the decision, right? Akash, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you for letting me have the question in. What that really translates to for most part is what it sounds like, is that if we are really thinking about a king with that level of authority and decision making and weightage, unless you know the subject well enough, unless you know, if you're trying to build, let's say, a vendor onboarding portal, for a company, you have to be very familiar with that environment. You have to really have worked in that field, be knowledgeable about that specific company's processes, so on and so forth, in order to pick the nuance, prioritize, see where the value is, so on and so forth. I guess the question really resides in the fact that what does it mean for someone like me who works with a bunch of clients, right? Yes, we can always say that you have to have expertise in a given area, but typically working with clients, you work on different types of work and different types of projects. So you're not going to be a specialist in one particular vendor portal throughout your career. Could you reflect a little bit on that, please? That would be helpful.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing this up, Akash. I'll make a drawing and I'll try to explain. I think I fixed my iPad a little bit. So I will, as soon as I said I fixed it, it stops working again. Okay, now. So I draw here a couple of companies, 2 circles. Can everybody see me drawing on the screen? Okay, good. So yes. 2 drawings, 2 different companies. One company is a vendor and another company is a client. Let's say that the client is a factory. They want to automate certain processes on the factory. And then on the other side, we have a client which, we have a vendor. Vendor here, and the vendor delivers good teams that can do some programming work. So the vendor is, let's say, a body shop which delivers complete teams, and the client can get a team like with front-end, back-end developers, designers, whatever they need, right? So that they can create a software, and the client wants some specifically tailored software to work on this automation of their plant, right? And now the discussion that we started to have is, if we're gonna have a product owner here, so I draw a person with a crown on the head, right? A king or a queen. The question now comes, should this person be working in the client's organization or in the vendor's organization? Let's do a quick poll in the chat. So use chat and write client or vendor. So where do you think we should place this person, where this person will get his or her salary? Do we want to have product owner on the client organization or on the vendor organization? Client, vendor, client, vendor, client, vendor. Okay, the split between client and vendor looks like 60% client, 40% vendor. Now a couple of more vendors came. So if you put product owner on the vendor side, here, this becomes something I called a proxy product owner. And this is how you should not do. So I'm crossing it over. And a lot of companies are making this mistake when they want to use Scrum and they are vendors, right? They also try to give client a product owner. But those who have chosen product owner on the client side, can you please explain why? Why putting product owner on the client side is the only logical solution?
So I guess I will answer this one because actually this is currently my position also at my company. So the thing is that the product we are delivering. So the first question is who is paying for it?
Yeah.
The client. So they pay for it and they expect result, a good result. So we as product owner on the client side, we know what should profit them the most. So we have more info to make the decision, to make the best decision for the business owners. And also because on the client side will be the persons who use this product.
Yeah. And
or deliver this product to the mass.
Yes, exactly. And who eventually will need to figure out, like, have we achieved our goals, right? We were trying to automate certain things, but what needs to be automated? How can we use this? How can we make sure that we get our money back, like return on investment, right? All of those questions, essentially everything Akash said, like, this person needs to know everything, all the details, how the factory works, what are the processes, how can we optimize them, and everything Akash described is not possible if you are external to the organization. So in a case where we have vendor-client relationship, product owner should be someone who is deeply engaged, like someone from the factory who knows all their processes in and out, right? Who is able to from the business side to explain what do we want to achieve, right? In this case, the team from the vendor is just someone who knows how to make code, but what the code should be doing, right? What kind of things do we want to achieve on the client side should be coming straight from the client. And a lot of consultancy organizations are having it wrong. They try to supply Scrum teams together with the product owner. They come to the client and say, hey, our guy will be product owner for you. But that person doesn't know the details, doesn't know anything from the client side. And you actually put in a product owner in a very kind of vulnerable position if you are coming from the vendor side, because then if the client is not happy, they can always blame you, saying that, guys, you don't understand our business. Guys, you don't understand what we need. Guys, you kind of misunderstood us, right? So we want to avoid a situation like this. Of course, that's why we are saying to the client, you as a client, you are totally responsible for what you are getting, right? You are the captain of a ship. We are just hands. We can row the boat. We can put sails up, right? We know how to operate the ship. But you as a captain need to decide where the ship is going and what the ship gonna do. Are we going to India to get some spices and resell them on the market, or are we going to South Pole and kill some polar bears and sell their skins? But kind of the goal of the expedition is up to you to decide as a client, because you are paying for the whole thing, right? But we, from the vendor side, we will be just doing the work. And that's Akash, I don't know if this answers your question, or I thought this illustration tells you that. And you are completely right that this person needs to know all ins and outs.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, good. So I'll snap a picture. Everything I draw, I will snap a picture and then I will send it to you. Like you will get my drawings. You will get the PDF that I am showing to you with the PowerPoint presentation. You will have access to Mira board. Some of you are asking. So those things will be made available to you when we are done. And by the way, I can also we are recording our kind of talks as well, so you can have the recording as well later. Anita writes, what about companies offering software as a service? Of course, in their case, the situation looks differently. They don't have, like, there is, if let's say you are salesforce.com, you're right, you are making a CRM system, or you are Zoom, in which we are sitting. Zoom probably have a product owner, and that's internal to the company, right? So in case you are creating off-the-shelf product in a company where you have millions of users spread across the globe, in those cases, of course, product owner is internal to your company. Like Microsoft makes Microsoft Office. There is someone who is in charge of Microsoft Office. And if they use Scrum, they can call themselves product owners, right? I am the product owner of Word, or I am a product owner of Excel, or I am a product owner of Outlook. So that makes perfect sense, of course. In those cases, people are internal and work in the same company. More questions here. Can you comment on how this works when there are two different companies and it's an internal Scrum team in IT? When there aren't two firms and it's an internal Scrum team in IT. Is it conceivable that the product owner can report to the IT unit, or is it doomed to fail? It will be really strange to me. Let me do another drawing. So here is our organization. We have, let's say we have our, I'll switch some colors. We have a business unit. Oops, I got something happens with my drawing pencil. We have business unit 1, we have business unit 2. Let's say it's a bank. Business unit 1 makes credit cards. Business unit 2 makes insurance. And we have an IT piece, of course. Here is a huge IT. We can create teams here on the IT side, right? A lot of good people. If I would be setting up an ideal situation, what I would do is I would find someone who knows how to make money out of credit cards in the business, of course. I would name that person product owner credit cards, and I would give him a full, complete team, cross-functional, good cross-functional team with designer, developers, everything that he needs or she needs. And that person from business will be in charge of that team. Of course, not reporting to anyone in IT. Why should the product owner report to IT? Because this team exists to make money, right? So this product, we will create some product, I don't know, an app that allows people to check their credit card statements and everything online. But this product will have external customers, right? And that's what the product owner will be caring of. And if you take insurance, I would do the same. I would take someone from the insurance business unit. I would name him or her product owner insurance. I would give him or her own team, and off they go. And if they need 2 teams, that's fine, right? If they need more power, you can give them more teams. But in essence, you have, if product owner comes from anywhere, product owner should come from business, right? You need to understand who your customers are, how you make money, how to sell your product. And you should, you don't need, I don't expect product owners to have any technology background, right? I expect you to know well how to make money, how your clients, to know your clients, to know your competition, to know the industry, of course, in and out, in which you are working and operating. And when it comes to how to do things, that's why you have a full IT team. Those people will figure out how to do. But you as a captain, right? I don't expect you to be the best rower or to the best guy who handles sales, but I expect you that you know where the ship should be sailing, right? And that's the same analogy which is applied here. People, product owners coming from business, and yeah, okay. Anita has a hand up. Go ahead, Anita. Sorry, I missed your hand.
Oh no, it was just the question that I typed in chat. You addressed it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else has any comments or questions or reflections on the pictures?
One quick question. So in the IT, I know different teams will be working with these two POs, but the IT team, if there are engineers, dev, QA testers, they will report to the, their managers within IT, right? And those managers, are they involved, or do they have any idea on what product their team is working? Do those managers coordinate with the POs? Like how is the engineering team assigned to a product?
Thank you, Prashant. So if I would set up these things ideally, then I would just tell the IT managers, don't touch the team. You as an IT manager, you just signing off for their salaries. And if there's any personal issues, like people need to have someone to go to discuss things, right? I don't know, something happened, I cannot come to work tomorrow. So that kind of things the manager should handle, but the manager from IT should not handle what happens at work, like what this guy is doing at work should be handled by the product owner, or actually by the team itself, because the team is self-organizing. So in ideal scenario, product owner tells, guys, we are going to India, we need to get some spices, you figure out how to get to India. I don't know how to row this boat, right? And the guys self-organize how to get the job done. So this is an ideal Scrum implementation. And the boss, like the formal boss from the IT department, which signs off for salaries of the IT guys, doesn't tell them what they should be doing at work, right? Because you are only a manager when it comes to formal things like signing paper, signing contracts, kind of, I don't know, firing, hiring, blah, 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 right? But not to tell them what they should be doing at work. Because what we should be doing at work, ideally should come from our product owner and product owner only. Does this make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. One quick question, or maybe you will cover it later. How does the product manager and a project manager come into this picture?
Great. No, we need to discuss this, but I think let's do the following. Let's take 10 minutes and we start with, okay. I make a note like PM, like project manager, manager, and product manager, and then we discuss them after the break. So now I'll put a timer on 10 minutes and then we have a discussion. So I'll stop this and I'll start. You can start turning off your screens, and I am putting a timer up so that everybody can see how the countdown. Good. All right, let's continue. And we stopped at question with like, what's the difference between project manager, product manager, and product owner? And I think I'll just share an empty screen so that I can draw a little bit. So we have
Hey, Sergey, could we have a quick addition to that question?
yeah, go ahead.
Can we do project manager versus product owner? Because I also have a hard time distinguishing between product manager and owner.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to do now. Project manager, product manager, and product owner. So I'll start with, did we have something else like project manager, product? Okay, we have also program manager if you want. I can add here program manager. So let me put first a divider. I'll try to do the simplest explanation possible. The divider here between project manager and program manager on the left side and product manager and product owner on the right side. And when I put the divider, and this simple divider divides projects and products. What's the difference for us? Who can explain the difference between projects and products?
I can give it a try. So projects are what it is called as such. A simple example would be in my company, we have both the teams, both a project manager team and a product manager team. What a product management team does is kind of prepare the products with the user stories, backlogs, and taking the customer requirements and developing it, going through the sprint process, and delivering the product, releasing the product. What a project manager does is take that product and then implement it from a start to end to the client size, where they're managing projects as such versus products.
Yeah, but what's the, like, how can we explain how projects and products are different? What's the difference between projects and products?
Okay. Oh, yeah. So projects have a start to end kind of a thing. They have a start and then they have an end, and you're trying to going through different stages of that. That's a project. You're already given a project in hand. For example, a construction where you have the architect makes the whole plan of it, and you use it. It starts all the way from laying the foundation to a finished building. That would be an example of a project. Well, product is kind of an iterative, where you are continuously developing. There's no
that's
definitive start or end.
Yes, that's one of the biggest differences. Like, projects have start and end, right? Products are usually no end, they are long lived. And of course, when people started to apply Scrum, initially, and kind of the whole idea was that Scrum was a framework that helped us create and manage products, not projects, products. Because we wanted, like, the main idea there was that because products are long-lived, we want to have a long-lived team, right? We want to have team working together for a long time. We don't want to reshuffle the team every 3 months or every half a year like they do on the projects. because as soon as you create a team, they need time to become good working together. And it's not, if you rotate people constantly on a team, you don't give them time to become good of working well together, right? And with this idea in mind, kind of people said that, hey, we want to have long-lived teams. We want people to work together for 2 to 3 years at a time. No need to reshuffle them. And an idea of dedicating a team to a product therefore makes a lot of sense, because if the product is long-lived, then the team can also be long-lived, right? If the team thinks, and this was done to create a shift in mentality, because when people were working on projects, a lot of time quality suffered because people started to think, okay, we have a deadline, we need to push the product, like the project out the door before the deadline, and we just need to make this deadline, right? We cut and paste, hack it together, do some shortcuts, do some dirty solutions, quick and dirty, right? Sometimes won, quick and dirty sometimes won over good strategic long-term decision, because we just need to push this project out the door, and then somebody else, like the maintenance team, will take care of it later, right? So we just need to hack it somehow together and deliver. And when people started to work with Scrum, they said, hey, we don't want this attitude. We don't want people to be short-term in their thinking. We want people to think, hey, it's your product. You're going to be working with this product for many years. If you do some shit now, you're going to be the one who's going to be fixing your own shit tomorrow, right? So don't take any shortcuts. Don't make quick and dirty solutions. Plan it, do it nicely. It's better to do it properly than to hack it together and just ship it, right? So with this idea, so that's why if we start dividing kind of projects and products, we automatically will see that the program manager is the guy who manages multiple projects, and project manager, but their job is to work with projects, right? On the right side, we have product manager and product owner. And when it comes to those two, distinguishing between product manager and product owner sometimes can be very tricky, very tricky. Why? Because in most companies, people are practicing it differently. So there is no common understanding. There is no common understanding of the role of a product manager. So when people say product manager, sometimes even if they work inside the same company, their job can be very different. So no one described product manager in details. So there is no product manager institute like project manager institute like PMI, right? There is no Scrum, because product owner is really well defined in Scrum. Product owner comes from Scrum, and the way we describe it with you is the right understanding of this role. Of course, with time, people started to do their own things with product owner, so they were misusing this role, right? They were misusing it with a lot of traps that I already showed you, but still, if you want to know who product owner is, it's very easy. You go to a product owner training, because product owner exists only in Scrum. And there is a proper definition of this role. So what we have talked with you about product owners is this is how the role should be, and that's the only way how this role should be. And of course, a lot of people are doing something strange with this role, but that's their own kind of, they are living in their own bubble. When it comes to product managers, as I told you, you never know. So if someone tells you that I am a product manager, the best thing would be to ask, hey, what kind of accountabilities and what kind of responsibilities do you have in your work? Because those can be very different. Product managers existed for many, many, many years before Scrum, right? Scrum was only born in 92, 93. So Product managers existed long time ago. I know about organizations where you can put an equality sign between product manager and product owner. So in certain organizations, it's the same, or at least the responsibilities and accountabilities are the same. I know in certain organizations where product manager is kind of more than the product owner. And in this case, they are misusing the role of a product owner. So if in your organization, product manager is standing above product owner, your organization is misusing Scrum and misusing the role of a product owner. In certain organizations, product owner is bigger role than a product manager. In that case, again, it could be, but you really need to ask what product owner should, or product manager, sorry, what product manager should be doing, so that if they need to work together, so that we don't create conflicts between two roles. And that's why in Scrum, it was very easy. Like, why Scrum is easy? Because Scrum only have 3 roles: product owner, Scrum master, and development team. And if you apply Scrum out of the box, if you don't misuse Scrum as a framework, you will never have problems like this, because in Scrum, everything is really, it's crystal clear. Product owner stands for the vision of the product. Where are we going with the product? How should we make money? Who should we sell to? Development team creates the product, and Scrum Master is a team's coach, if you want, right? Like in sports team, right? A team's coach which works on efficiency. Like, I need my team to be efficient, right? So Scrum Master work, if you want, in the simple terms, we can say that Scrum Master is a team's psychologist, right? It's a team's shrink to fix their heads so that they operate nice together. So in Scrum, it's very easy, and that's why 3 roles of Scrum, I think, are kind of, we don't complicate this picture with more roles. But product manager is a very kind of vague role. I cannot draw borders crystal clear, because different organizations practice different things. Make sense? So the main learning.
Quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
So if the product manager, like especially I guess in the tech world today, product manager seems to encompass more of a versatile role. So that's actually incorrect.
No, yeah.
Because they should be an equal.
Many times you can put an equality sign in the sign, and that's
So,
in many organizations. That's how it was before Scrum. Someone was called product manager. When they came with Scrum framework, the guy just renamed himself from product manager to product owner and continued to do his job. Many examples like this.
oh, because product managers oftentimes, like from start to finish, they manage like the marketing of the product or like the go-to-market plan, and like even
yes,
like
and that's what product
sometimes I feel
owner
like,
is doing as well. Or that's what the product
okay,
owner
even like,
should be doing as well. And if you apply Scrum
okay.
properly, if you apply Scrum properly, you decide how to sell your product, who to sell to, how to make money. You decide on everything. You are the king of a product.
Okay, got it. Thank
Good. Tran, go ahead.
So I have just a small question. So about the program manager. So is a tech lead considered a program manager or not?
Sorry, program manager or
Tech lead, technical leader. So in our vendor, we have a position called the tech lead, and
oh. Yeah, so
want
you
to
have
check
to
if
tell
it is
us. I don't know.
considered.
Sometimes people, organizations have different roles, right? So someone has technical leaders. I don't know what do you put into those words, because most probably it's a very specific to your organization. This role is very specific to your organization. So you can explain to us what you call technical leaders. In Scrum, again, in Scrum, we don't have, like, if we talk purely Scrum, I can put it here, Scrum. In Scrum, we only have 3 roles, and that's why it's so easy, right? It's amazingly easy. It's product owner as a king. It's Scrum Master as teams shrink, and development team who does the work. So in Scrum, we don't have other roles. And but of course, in normal life, people have projects, people have project managers, people have tech leads, team leads, whatever, right? And those roles are probably described somehow in your organization, right? But if you use proper Scrum, you only use 3 roles. And it's done on purpose, because many times as soon as you name someone on a team, let's say a tech lead or a team lead or some other lead, suddenly you take pieces of responsibility off the people. And many times people start saying, oh, you know what? No, it's not my job anymore, right? Let the team lead think about it, because he has a big head, right? But we don't want people to stop thinking. And that's why we said, hey, everybody on the team is equally important. We want to hear opinion of everybody on the team. That's why we will treat all of you guys the same way, ladies and gents, right? The same way I treat it in Scrum, saying that, hey, of course you are doing different things on a team, but you all are equally important, and we want all of you to use your brains every day and to contribute to the creation of the product, right? So that's why we are not calling anyone lead. We are trying to not put anyone above the other on a team, so that everybody on the team has an understanding that, hey, we are all in it together. Robin.
Yeah, I was just curious, and this may be just kind of a carryover, but with a business analyst, sometimes I see as a business analyst has a lot of the same kind of roles and responsibilities as a product owner. Is that kind of a carryover from pre-Scrum, that where you had a business analyst and maybe a product owner kind of evolved from a business analyst a little bit? Because just looking around a lot of jobs, sometimes you could cover the title of a business analyst, and a lot of the responsibilities are describing what a product owner would be. So I was just curious of why that is sometimes.
Yeah, so to me, a business analyst is only a small piece of the product owner's job. So of course, business analysts analyze how the thing should work, right? And that's what product owner also does. But the product owner is so much bigger, right? Product owner decides on business model, product owner decides on marketing, on sales. Product owner needs to be thinking about a lot of things. So that's why many times product owner will have business analysts on the team. So when you have your Scrum, like your Scrum team, on the team, you will have 2 business analysts. And as a product owner, many times you will delegate pieces of your work. You need to conduct a couple of focus interviews. You will delegate this work to your business analysts on the team, saying, hey guys, can you please help me with focus groups? And if you don't have time, like many times, BAs will be helping product owner to reach where product owner doesn't have time to reach. Does it make sense? But definitely, whatever business analysts are doing is also a piece of work of a product owner. It's just that product owner is so much bigger. So everything BA could do, product owner could do, but not vice versa. Okay, and then let me see, there are a couple of questions in the chat. So first is from Trang. Back to the SaaS question a little bit. I want to contribute a perspective.
No, it's not a question, sorry.
Oh,
it's
okay.
not a question,
Okay,
so you can proceed with others.
Good, then people just read it, and I can also read it.
Sujit, this is Akash. Could you talk a little bit about the product vision itself? please?
Yeah, we will come to product vision later.
Okay, thank you.
So product vision is on our list. I feel like we're talking about common problem organization, simply renaming existing roles with new labels and pretending it's Scrum. John, you are so right. One of the biggest drivers, unfortunately, for organizations to start working with Scrum is they say, hey, everybody uses Scrum, we should too. And then you ask them why, and they say, because everybody else is using Scrum. We need Scrum as well. And this is a very stupid scenario, even though it happens every day. And many times people are not thinking about the benefits that Scrum could be giving them, but they are thinking that, hey, everybody is doing it, we must do it as well. And the easiest way, of course, in this case, is just to rename project manager to Scrum Master, rename the team to Scrum team or development team, and kind of clap your hands and say, hey, we are done, right? So you don't change anything in your organization. You don't change the culture. You don't change the way you work. You just renaming and hoping that, okay, now we have Scrum. It's not, right? You don't have Scrum because you renamed a couple of roles. But this is how it happens in many big organizations. And unfortunately, it creates all those anti-patterns. Because as soon as they have renamed, then they start saying, shit, but this doesn't work, right? And of course it doesn't work because they, in essence, they haven't changed anything, right? So, but they start blaming Scrum, right? In reality, if they start with Scrum, they should be thinking, okay, why we need Scrum? Because Scrum in itself doesn't bring any value, right? Your clients will not pay you more because you do Scrum. Do we agree? So because you just change the way you work, your clients are not they will not pay differently or act differently. So Scrum could be a solution to certain problems. Maybe you want faster time to market. Maybe you want better quality. Maybe you want more transparency in what is done and how it's getting done. Maybe you want more self-organization on your team. Maybe. There are so many reasons why you could try switching to Scrum, but of course the main idea should be something else rather than it's so popular everybody does it, right? And of course it's not renaming that how you should go about it. You should be, if you embrace it, you need to embrace it fully, and you need to really go understand the roles, they are different, understand the process, it's different, and start learning and start applying it properly, not and so you hit the nail spot on, John. It's so many organizations out there doing it for the name only. Good. Other comments, other questions when it comes to the role itself? Are we good? All right. Next slide. Next slide is my attempt to show you. I have created the same in the Miro, so I'll show you this in Miro as well, so you will see it on the cards digitally. But now you can take a look here. This is my personal development map. When I was working as a product owner, I created such a map to learn more, and I was thinking like what kind of things I should be learning more about. And I divided all the knowledge of product owners into 8 big chunks, and I gave them names. So as you see on yellow stickers, like know yourself, know your market, know your customers, know your product, know your business model, know your product metrics, know your product financials, and managing product development team. So those are big chunks of knowledge where every one of you as product owner should be digging deeper into, right? And inside those areas, I have created green stickers. Those are concrete examples of something that I wanted to learn personally about. and in every area you can see it. I can read through them, and if you don't understand what it is, you can ask me what it is. Most of them are self-explanatory, but when it comes to knowing yourself, like the role of product manager or product owner, something that we already discussed with you. Presentation skills, obviously, you need to have. Negotiation skills, communication skills, all those skills are excellent, and you can never do them enough, right? You can be better and better and better. It's a never-ending story on how to get better at those things, and it always helps you as a product owner. Then knowing your market, how to do market sizing, how to understand how big your market is, how to do competitor analysis, how to do trend spotting, like what happens with my industry, where the industry is going, how to find product market fit, what kind of product should kind of be created for the market. Those are pieces of know your market. And then know your customer, how to do qualitative and quantitative research, behavioral research, lean startup, the approach, how to, like when it comes to lean startup, I say, how to spend least amount of time and least amount of money to figure out that your assumptions about the product are wrong. So I can repeat it. How to spend least amount of time and least amount of money to figure out that most of your product assumptions are wrong. This is in essence, to me, this is a job of a product owner, right? We are guessing about what people need. Most of the time we are wrong with our guesses, and we need a cheap way and fast, cheap and fast way, how to prove our assumptions wrong. That's the job of a product owner in 10 words. Customer development, customer segmentation, customer journey mapping. So all those are essential tools when it comes to knowing your customer. And we will be talking about a few of those tools. So actually the training you are attending now is my attempt to touch on all 8 areas during the course of 2 days. And I will not have time to talk about every green sticky, as you understand, because when I tried once, I spent 5 days with the client. So it was a training, split it over 5 months, where we've done kind of on-the-job training. 1 day of theory, 2 weeks of practice, 1 day of theory, 2 weeks of practice, and we've been jumping in and out for many months. But you and I will have a chance of touching on a few of those green stickies, but on all the yellow areas, right? So and what I want to do with this map is I want to give you an inspiration of what you can be learning when you are done with this training as well, right? So, but the training will give you an overview of the product owner job. And as I say, when you are certified as a certified Scrum product owner, you are barely competent to learn more. So, but this gives you a very good picture of what the job is about. So then it comes to know your product vision and how to create one, we will do this exercise, deciding on product strategy, writing product roadmaps, and working on product life cycle. And then it's business modeling examples, like how to create a business model, what about branding and marketing and sales channels and value proposition, and impact mapping, like how my product impacts the world. Product metrics, prioritization models, cannovating as one concrete prioritization model, product versus growth metrics, validated learning and experiments. We want to experimentally prove our assumptions or prove that we are wrong rather than just guessing. And then retention and customer acquisition cost, all those things fall into metrics. And then product financials, like unit economy, how to calculate that are we losing money, are we making money, different pricing models, different monetization models, how to calculate value and what value is, right? And return on investment. So those are kind of money questions. And last thing is how to manage the product development team, how to survive in the VUCA world. VUCA stands for volatility, ambiguity, complexity, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And how, so then why it's so important with cross-functional teams, how to organize the work, how to keep product backlog, how to scale development when you have multiple teams in the picture, and leadership versus management. So those are kind of my 5 cents, what I think about product owners, and what we should be learning about in details when we want to become good in this profession. You can ask questions about this map if you have any. Trang, go ahead.
So I have a question. So from my perspective, can you show the screen again? Yes. So from my perspective, so these are a lot of a lot of tasks that one person has to handle. So should the product owner be a team instead of one person, and we can divide these tasks among the team?
Like I like to put it this way: you, Trang, as product owner, responsible for all this shit. And if you don't have enough hands and time to do this, you should have people on your team who you delegate to, right? But it's your responsibility, but this thing is happening, right? All of those things must be happening. Your product must make money. That's why you need to know, and be responsible for all the 8 areas. It's totally fine to delegate to people pieces of this work, right? If you need help from financial guys to do some calculations, you can easily tell them to do so, but it's still your job to make these things happen, right? So, and yes, it makes a lot, like product owners, most of the time, they have a lot of helpers, right? If you look at everything that needs to be done, it's too much. And that's in that you're right. It's so much work here.
So
yeah.
Yes. So I get it. Do I get it correctly that these helpers can be colleagues from the other departments? So they may not. So their work may be very different from technical work, and it can be some finance guys, some analyst guys.
Yes.
Like even some staff.
Yes. Yeah. So you again, where do you get those guys from? I don't care, but it's your job, right? Your job is to make it happen. You can outsource pieces of this work on freelance exchanges, right? You can go internally in your own company. You can go to your team, but you need to make sure that these things are kind of happening.
Okay.
Good, Akash.
So thank you for this. This really helps put the things in perspective, activities right down to the task level. So that's very helpful. Thank you. If we were to take this and try and tie it to the previous conversation, which is the program manager versus product owner work and their lives. If a product owner is the product
program or product
manager. Product. I'm sorry,
product manager.
This is all product. If I'm using program, I'm just not using it right. All product. So if the product owner is going to be doing all of this, then what's the project manager going to be? Product manager going to be doing?
To me, again, I would like to put an equality sign between those roles. So if you do product management right, to me, this is your job. If you want to do Scrum right, to me, this is a job of a product owner in Scrum. And ideally, I would have an equality sign between. But what I'm trying to tell you is that, unfortunately, the world is not looking at these 2 roles the way I do. So many times I see a lot of variations. Many times I see people are misusing the role of a product owner, and they are misusing the role of a product manager. But in case with the product manager, I cannot complain because this role is not described anywhere. But in Scrum, we have a clear description of product owner, and misusing product owner is a little bit kind of what upsets me a little bit.
Thank you.
Good.
I have a small question.
Yes.
So like to simplify things, launching a product, I'm working on a product. Can I have all these 4 roles in my team, like on the product team?
No,
together?
because I would think that you are much better off with only one. So choose one.
Right.
Choose one and call
Exactly.
this, and I don't care who it's going to be, right? If you want to use Scrum, you can call this person product owner and do proper Scrum. If you don't want Scrum, it's fine. You can call this person product manager and ask him to do all these things. It's still okay. If you want to organize your work as a project, this is also fine. In that case, you take project manager and tell them, dude, this is your job. Right? And it's just that what I'm trying to say is people can do whatever they want. All I want them to do is to don't mix all this shit together, right? Don't try to have project manager with product owner and product manager mixed together and saying, hey guys, you go and figure out what you do, right? And there is only one product. In that case, I think you are creating a lot of conflict areas, right? Because people will be trying, they will be fighting for power. The team will be distressed because who should we listen to? Should we listen, like today, project manager comes and tells us do this. Tomorrow, product owner comes and say, no, do that. And the day after, program manager or some other manager comes, or your line manager comes and say completely different things, right? So I don't want this thing to happen. That's why I say, hey, you are free to use whatever you want. Just pick one and stick to it, right? Stick to your guns as soon as you have chosen a way of working.
Well, one small question follow-up. So on a big product, if we want to have all these roles, the ideal scenario would be either a product manager or a product owner. Then the Scrum Master should be there and the dev team is there, or project manager or a program manager. Is that the correct?
Could be, yeah. But and then get everybody together and give them talk through it, right? Say, hey guys, look, this is how we choose to structure our work together. This is what our product owner will be doing. This is what our project manager will be doing. And clearly separate the responsibilities and accountabilities so that people are not not in this state of limbo where nobody knows who is in charge of what.
Great, thank you.
I have a quick comment. Yes. And then a question to follow up. So as a follow up to what Prashant just said, I think I'm trying to understand that as well. When do you structure your teams and the focus of your team from project and program to product? I think it's more of a focus. Do you want to be more product focused, which like you mentioned, would be more long-term, making sure that, you're also responsible and accountable for what you've created versus, a more project and program focus, which might be, has a start and an end date. That I'm just summarizing this and thinking out loud just for my own self as well. And then following that up with the initial question I had, what I'm seeing here on the screen is, very strategic, from having a product vision, being a captain of your ship, steering it in the right direction, having really good active listening, communication skills, engaging with stakeholders, making sure you're moving towards the right direction. My question is, I've also mentioned, and this was a discussion we had in our team as well, how important is it for a product owner or a product manager to have technical depth for the product or products that you're working on? Domain expertise, is that super important? If not, then I see the analogy with Tom Brady being able to move from one team to the other and being successful no matter where you go, no matter what product you're responsible for. So if you could speak towards that.
Yeah, thanks. And I see your question in chat as well. Sorry for not seeing it sooner. So first, I distinguish between domain expertise and technical depth. To me, those are different things. So when I say domain expertise, I mean business domain, or industry, right? If your product is an insurance product, I do expect that you as a product owner know everything about insurance, right? Everything about your domain or your industry in which you are working. When it comes to your technical skills, I don't expect you to have any technical skills, as long as your team has it, right? Because the way we structure our relationship is, guys, I'm just the captain. I know we need to get to Africa, but I don't know how to sail this ship. That's why I hired you, right? You need to figure out how to sail this ship. So, and this works really well. There are some times where it is beneficial to have technical knowledge, and those are the times when your product is highly technical. Imagine you are creating next Google, right? Google is very simple on the outside. It's just a simple kind of field to type into, and there is a huge monster behind this typing field, right? In those cases, I would say it is beneficial to have technical depth and technical knowledge as a product owner as well, because most probably you will be talking with your team about technical things, right? Because your product is highly technological. Otherwise, if your product is not that technological, if you're not sending people to Mars, like Elon Musk, right? If you create off-the-shelf products like CRMs, different apps, web development, insurance, credit cards, you name it, like most of the products in life will not require technical depth. Most of the products, you know your industry, you know what the industry needs, what your clients needs, and you tell your team, guys, you need to figure out how to get there, right? And you trust your team to make the job done. But you are the carrier of the vision. Make sense?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, good. Then there is a question in the chat from Ranjit. Would we be discussing about metrics? Yes, we will. And John, I hear two discussions going on here. Can we relabel product owner as product manager? Who does the product owner role? And the answer is yes, yes. And question number two, can we have a vague committee of 3 people with different roles? Project manager, product owner, program manager, and pretend that we now have a committee doing the product owner role? And to this, the answer is no, absolutely. So we want clarity. We want single ringable neck, right? We want to know who to shoot if the team doesn't deliver results. And that's why, like I put also committees on the product owner traps, because committees are good at drinking coffee and eating donuts. Committees are not good at making decisions, right? It takes too long. And if you take 3 senior executives and you put them on a committee, it will require 1 month just to get them into the same room, right? Because their calendars are full usually, and they cannot get this meeting, they cannot take a decision, and you wait. And it's much better to implement a wrong decision, right? To take a wrong decision, implement it, roll it out in 1 week, get feedback from clients, guys, you've made some shit, and change it. It will still be twice as fast, because in 1 week you tried it out, in 2 days you heard that it's shit, in another 4 days you took it away, and now you know that this is how not to do it, right? And it's still 2 weeks into the thing. Those guys still haven't had their meeting as a committee, right? They need a month to get together. So I think a fast decision now is much better, because especially if we use Scrum and we use short iterations, you take a decision, you implement it fast, you do a test, you get feedback, and you change it if you don't like it, right? It's much better and it's much faster as well. Good. And question from Vishal, if you are looking at a large product platform, do you recommend having product owner for individual modules or having a single product owner across modules? Vishal, I always say you need to look at what you are selling to your clients and have someone be product owner of that thing, right? So whatever you sell out to clients, what I see sometimes happen in especially in large corporations, they take a product, they start good. Okay, I can make a drawing here, maybe. Give me a second. So they take a product and then they split it into components, like different pieces, in order to deliver this. Okay, no, I'll do a little bit different. So let's say it's a credit card. I am in a bank, and I have a credit card. And in order for credit card to work, you need to connect. You need to connect different modules together, and they are different. That's why I'm drawing some circles and triangles and parallelograms, and you connect different modules together, and only when you connect those modules together the product starts working. So imagine you have a client on this side and a credit card on the other side, and first module is doing, I don't know, credit check. Second module is doing a did he pay his taxes. Another module is calculating how much money can we lend this guy and what is the percentage we should charge, what is the interest rate. And next module is checking with, I don't know, police if this guy is a crook and done something wrong. And next module is, I don't know, doing some internal calculations, blah, blah, blah. So different modules doing different things. And sometimes people will name product owners of every piece, of every component. But to me, those are not product owners. They and the only reason why not, they are not selling their thing on the open market, right? They are not selling it on the open market. While you do sell this larger product, so when you connect all these things together, you do sell it to customers. And I need to have someone who is in charge of the whole thing, which will be on the market. And of course, this thing is one single big, yes, and sometimes it's a huge thing. And yes, sometimes you will need help of many teams down there and many other people who need to be working together, but I still want this accountability person to be there. And I want someone who is responsible for the whole thing, that we make money, we know how to sell, we know how to talk to clients, and someone is in charge of the whole. Make sense?
So quick question, Sergey, what would you call these smaller, I mean, the POs, what would ideally they be called then?
I'm not sure I would have them. So dependent, it depends. Like this is where it becomes tricky, because as soon as we talk about a huge product, it becomes sometimes hard to manage so many people and so many teams. Let me give you a simple solution. If the number of teams is less than 10 and total, let's say 100 people, I would still have one product owner and 10 teams working together. So I would not do anything more. I will not introduce more management layers if you have up to 10 teams and up to 100 people. I would, yes, this job becomes really hard if you have 10 teams and 100 people, but it's still doable. You just delegate more to your people on the teams. But I would not introduce more layers of management, because to me, as I see it, more layers of management are kind of rising your chances of screw up dramatically. So if you can get away without more managers, please do it. So that's why I want to keep this picture simple as long as possible. And my personal kind of border goes somewhere around 10 teams. As soon as you cross this border, right, you are suddenly talking 1,000 people on a product, huge product, it's a bank, right? In those cases, yes, most probably you will start doing something more where you need to kind of delegate pieces of your work to some other people. And we can talk scaling tomorrow a little bit. There are different approaches to scaling. But my short answer, try not to introduce more layers of management if you can.
Yes, sir. Maybe during the scaling we can, so your example helped. The reason I asked it is I'm part of, or I'm the current product manager for a product. which individually there are multiple components to that platform, as we call it,
yeah,
which can operate individually and sell individually. There is some dependency between those components,
yeah,
but you can in its whole have those individual components sell. Think of it something like as an Office 365,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
which is basically bundled as Office 365, but you have Word, you have Excel, you have PowerPoint in it.
Yeah, in
So
those
something
cases,
similar to that.
in those
kind of
cases,
scenarios.
yeah, in those cases, it would make sense actually to do as you say. Excel has its own product owner, Word has its own product owner, and Outlook has its own product owner. We call them area product owners, and then there is one product owner of the whole office. And you delegate to those guys a lot, right? And then they can operate up to 10 teams each, right? And suddenly you have scaling, right? Good. Thank you. I think it's time of our lunch. So it's 10 o'clock in California and 1 o'clock on the other coast. So let's stop here and we can continue after 1 hour. You turn off your screens. I put a timer on and I see you all back after 1 hour. Let me just start the timer. All right, it's time to continue for us. So please turn on your videos and see, let's see who survived lunch. Actually, many of us, or almost everybody. We're just waiting for Vivek, but oh, Vivek here as well. All good. Let me see what happened in the chat. I think we've got a couple of comments. So one is from Anita. How does product owner decide on a technology or address technical impediments when they don't possess technical expertise, when the team just have developers and the PO? It's not product owner's job to address technical impediments. Who can guess whose job it is?
Dev team?
Scrum Master.
Scrum Master?
No, Scrum Master is the wrong answer. I don't expect Scrum Masters to have technical expertise either. So whose job it is to figure out technical impediments?
Development team.
Development team.
Developers.
Yes, developers. That's why we hire developers, right? That's why they know how to build the thing. And that's why neither product owner nor Scrum Master is kind of messing with the technical part of it. From the product owner's standpoint, I'm saying, guys, the ship should sail in that direction and end up in Africa, and we need to buy some bananas and get back and sell them. And this is from the product owner. From the Scrum Master perspective, guys, you should work well together, right? If there are conflicts, I'm jumping in and I help you resolve those. If you don't know how to talk to each other without pissing each other off, I am there to help you. But again, it's not about the technology behind. And how to do the rowing and setting up sails and getting actually to Africa with the ship is the team's job to figure out. If they have some issues with rowing, or there's a leak in the boat or anything else, right? Or the kind of they tear up their sails, they have to figure out themselves. There's no babysitter in Scrum. So it's time to grow up, as I say. And then Trung done a great summary because it's really late. Trung, we kind of we admire you and your ability not to fall asleep. So thanks for
I'm trying very hard.
Yeah, thanks for making a summary.
Can I ask?
Yeah, good. More questions, Monica? Yes.
Yes, so I was thinking about this obviously during a lunch break, but so in my experience, what you're saying is it's ideal, but has not been the case where I've worked. And so like, you know, I've always been a product manager or product owner, because it was the same in that organization, that shared tech teams. Like, there was never a team that was just my team for a product, right? There was never one Scrum Master. There was a lot of them. Like, so I guess what I'm asking is, if you could give us tips or suggestions when we aren't in these ideal states of things we could do to make it better or easier, more realistic. Because again, ideal is great, but I would say I haven't seen the ideal in any organization I've been a part of, and I've been part of a few. So is that something you can share with us as we go through?
Yeah, so first thing, I wish that companies stop calling what they are doing, stop calling it Scrum, right? And 90% of companies who claim they are doing Scrum are bullshitting each other and themselves, first and foremost. Whatever they do, it's not Scrum, it's not even close. And I think it's a huge issue because a lot of people go around and say, hey, look at this shit, right? It doesn't work. And yeah, you know what, like no one is ideal, blah, blah, blah. We have our own ways. But please, if you have your own ways, don't call it Scrum because it's not, right? And I think a lot of issues would begin because like, this is my personal opinion, 90% of companies that claim today that they are doing Scrum are not even close. And they shouldn't call their processes Scrum because it's so far away and it's broken in so many ways. And it's like they are calling themselves marathoners after running 100 yards, right? It's wrong, but they are doing it. So this is step number one. Step number two, the way I described it, it is ideal. It's ideal because, hey, Scrum was created as an attempt to create good kind of how to create good environment so that it works, right? How to create good environments so that people are productive. We listen to feedback from clients. We like my own formula for like what is agile. I say happy employees, happy owners, happy happy customers, and and we make money. So 4 things: happy employees, happy owners, happy customers, and we make money. If you have those things, this is what agile is about, right? How to make everybody happy. And as soon as you see unhappy people somewhere in the picture, you bet they don't understand what agile really is, and they are not doing Scrum because Scrum was created to make people happy and to give us this ideal process, right? And then the question is, okay, we are not ideal, nobody is. That's fine. Next question is, how can we get closer to that ideal? And this is something you can ask yourself as a team sitting together on a retrospective. Hey guys, what separates us from this ideal state? And can we take one little step towards becoming a little bit more ideal tomorrow, right? This gonna be a long journey. So I have been working on transformation. That's why we say it's an agile transformation. It's like things will never happen. I mean, they will never change overnight, right? We cannot come to a perfect Scrum setup tomorrow if we never knew how to do it in the first place. So expect 5 to 6 years of deliberately going in the direction of, hey, how can we be one step closer to ideal? How can we be one step closer to ideal? And then make those steps. Because a lot of people are, they're like, what surprises me the most is that there are many companies who say, okay, we are not ideal, we understand it. And we will not change anything, and we don't want to change anything. How can we work? And I say, guys, come on, if you are not willing to change, you can continue sitting in your shit the way you have been doing it up till now, right? But it must be a kind of genuine wish to change anything in your company so that changes start to happen. Otherwise, they will not, right? So sitting there thinking that we cannot do anything and we don't want to do anything. Of course, this will never change anything, right? So first we must want to change. And then if we want to change, then of course, don't expect it to happen fast. Take small steps, discuss together. Hey guys, okay, this is how far are we from ideal? What is the next small step? What can we change on our end? What is it we control, right? What is it that we as a team, maybe we don't have to ask for permission, we can ask for forgiveness later. Let's just change one little thing, right? And start changing and start changing and start changing. As long as you are taking those small steps, you will see a dramatic change a year later, right? It will be very different, but you need to take those small steps. And yes, I understand that our starting point is usually far from ideal, because remember, 90% of companies are faking it, in my opinion, today. So we have a long way of doing it right. And it doesn't have to be like, I think when we try to create a revolution in companies, it hurts a lot of people, right? So instead of, like, I am not a big fan of agile transformation pushed from the top down. So when, I don't know, owner smokes something funny on Friday and on Monday comes and, hey, let's do Scrum, everybody, right? Scrum from Monday. This forces kind of a lot of people into the unknown state of things, right? We don't know what it is. Nobody sending them to trainings usually, like, hey, let's do something. Nobody knows what and nobody knows how, right? So I'm not a big fan of those. So instead of making a revolution, try aiming for evolution, right? Smaller changes, work from the bottom up, right? As long as the guys from the top are willing, like all it takes is a little bit of willingness from the top to change the structure, to change the things in our company. But start those changes from the bottom up, small changes, the teams. It's much better, as I often say that senior executives, they don't understand how their companies work in reality, right? And I've done a lot of exercises where I invited like the board of a big company, and I asked the guys for a whole day workshop, and I asked them, okay, here's a wall, and I need you to create a description of how this company functions on this wall in 8 hours. And they work all day, they create, like they essentially they fill the wall with sticky notes and descriptions and talks, and they talk a lot. And so after a day of work, they have a wall full of stickers describing how they think the company works. And I will then cover this wall, and I will invite people from the bottom, like people who are actually doing the work, in this room on the next day. And I will give them the opposite wall. And I say, guys, please describe how this company works with sticky notes on this wall, right? And they will describe how the company works. And on day 3, I invite the senior executives back. I uncover both walls, and I show them that nothing, almost nothing matches on those walls. There is a reality how things work, and there is what senior management think how it works in the company. And in most cases, they're far, far away from each other. And I'm saying, hey guys, look, this is how people say it works, and those people are actually doing this work. So this is the kind of the guys who are sitting much closer to the work being done probably have it right? And then how you think it's working. And that's why I say, hey, from the top, we need the willingness to change and support of those changes, but the changes must be driven from the bottom up. Like people who are doing the work, they see much better what is wrong. They see much better what needs to change in order for us to become more efficient and more productive. And that's the approach to change I prefer, rather than creating a revolution in the company with a big kind of top-down approach to change. Do you offer a class on how underlings can persuade leaders to support Scrum? This course, John, is called Scrum Master course, I think. But I have a recommendation of a book for all of you. Like if you need to sell your ideas to other people, there is a book written by Linda Rising called Fearless Change. I'll put the name in the chat. It's a collection of patterns, like 64, I think, patterns are described in the book. How to, if you are like, how to drive changes, not from a leadership position, but from a kind of a normal employee, right? Like it's you and me, and you work in a large company, but you still want something to change. And then there is a collection of patterns, how to work with those small incremental changes and how to sell your ideas to others, basically. And it's a good book to read and to study when you want to work on changes. All right. I want to have a small discussion on what is an MVP. Like, this discussion is connected to actually 3 questions together. Like, what do we call a product? What do we call a minimum viable product? And what do we call a prototype? And how those things are kind of connected together. So I think I'll give you 10 minutes to talk about it using our Miro board in our groups as a warm-up, and then we have a discussion together as a debrief. But discuss what is a product in your opinion, discuss what is a minimum viable product and how those two are different, and discuss what is a prototype and how it's different from the 2 previous ones. And I'll show you where we go if we go to Miro. Let me see. So here is our Miro board, and in the bottom left corner we have frames, and there is a frame which is called product versus MVP. I can also put versus prototype if you want. So product versus MVP versus prototype. So that's the question, and I want you to discuss it. Let me just find our breakout rooms, and I put timer on 10 minutes. So I see you all in 10 minutes. Let's have this discussion.
Hey, hi.
Hi, Vic. I get you to your room. still 20 seconds till we get back to other teams. Right, now I think everybody is back with us. So when it comes to the discussion, product versus minimum viable product versus a prototype, I've done, I found this interesting diagram, Venn diagram, that shows us three aspects of creating a product. A technical feasibility, something is possible to do, right? This is what we call a prototype. And then we need to prove two more things. We need to, like, yes, it's technically doable, but do people really want it, right? Will people actually use this thing? So this is something called desirability, right? We need to test for this as well. And can we make money off this thing? This is the third thing, and this is something we call like business viable, right? So viability, desirability, and feasibility, if you combine those three things together and you test it and you get the answer, yes, it's doable, yes, it's desirable, yes, it's viable, then we say that you've got an MVP. Some of you said that this is a kind of how little can we do to prove that people actually want this product and they are willing to pay the money that we want to take for this product, and that it's doable technically. And the main mistake that a lot of startups are doing, that they often work on this technical thing a lot of time, right? Like a year spent on developing the perfect product the way the startup sees it, and they don't touch any marketing, they don't touch sales. So in essence, after 1 year of eating rice and noodles, right, we have technical thing which is perfect, and nobody knows what the hell should we do with this thing, right? We sit there, they think that, okay, it's done. The best thing we can do is to put it out in the App Store and see how nothing happens, because there are a billion other apps in App Store already, right? And that's a typical trap a lot of startups are walking into, spending a lot of time on just one piece of this puzzle. And the thing that the approach that we will be discussing with you is we need to balance those things. We need to, many times, we want to test desirability and viability first because it's cheaper. It's cheaper to test if the people want something, because you can test those things even without having the product itself, right? Imagine, I'm giving you a simple example, but I think this will kind of explain the whole thing to you, the whole thinking. Imagine instead of creating a product, if we want to test if people want it, we can create a description of the product on a piece of paper, right? Or on a simple landing page on the website. Put it out and see if, like, put a big buy it now button on the website, and we don't have a product, right? But it's possible to test if people want it based on the description that we put out. And of course, creating a description is much cheaper and much faster than actually building the thing, right? But, and this is what we need to do as product owners. We need to find the cheapest and fastest way how to test all three aspects of a product that you see here. Last thing that we need to answer is what is a product, and I've seen some good discussions already that you have done. So let's see how little, and again, I am interested in how little do we need to put here so that we can already call something a product? So let's think together. So how little, what do we need to have so that we can say, okay, it looks like we have a product? So ideas, suggestions. How little should we have in order to call something a product?
It serves a purpose.
So
solves a problem.
Something that solves a problem, but a problem usually doesn't exist in kind of by itself. So how can we, instead of just saying the problem, what is better?
Something that attracts customers.
A customer, yes, a user or a customer. User, user or customer. Of course, and then maybe customer has a problem, or maybe customer wants to have fun, right? Because sometimes it's not a problem. Sometimes there is no problem. Like, what problem games solve? Okay, we can maybe say it's boredom, but sometimes people just want to have fun. They don't have a problem. So but we need to have a user. So we have a user, and what else do we need to have so that this thing becomes sustainable?
It brings value.
It brings value.
Value.
Yes.
Satisfy the customer wants or needs.
Yeah. So we can put it in short. We can put it as value, right? So if we have value and we have users/customers, whatever you have, you can most probably already call this thing a product, right? There's someone who wants it, and someone sees value in this thing and is willing to most probably part with a little bit of money, or not necessarily money. Sometimes it's not money, but people see value behind, right? And they are willing to kind of to give something to you to get this value. And I don't think we need much more. So as long as we have users and we generate value, we can already talk about that. Okay, it looks like we have a product here.
What do you mean by value?
Go ahead.
What do you mean by value?
Yeah, we will explore the topic of value tomorrow in details, because when we say value, it's not necessarily money, right? Money is just one aspect of it, but many times, especially when people say, "Oh, business value," and then a lot of people think money at kind of at the same time, but it's not. Sometimes, to give you just an example, you are non-profit and you're actually saving trees. In that case, you will not be counting money, right? You will actually use money in order to save trees, and you will be seeing value differently, right? You will say that the number of trees saved, that's what constitutes value for you. Or sometimes for someone, quality is value, or time is value. So we will discuss value and what sources of value we have tomorrow in much more details. But for now, let's just talk about it as an aggregate, like value. And we include many different things in this, and tomorrow we will be digging deeper. So not...
I have a quick question.
Yes.
I think it would be valuable if we separated user and customer, because I see user as the person who's actually presenting like the viable use cases, whereas customer is the one actually paying for it. Like, for example, like a children's toy, children are the ones that are actually using it, where the parents are the customers actually buying it. So I think it'd be valuable if we separated that.
Yes, and I definitely agree, and I really want all of us to understand it exactly the way Cedric said. User is the one who uses, customer is the one who pays. And in the product owner training, I will be using those words exactly that way. So users uses, customers pays. yeah, here I put both of them here because we need both, right? We need sometimes they are the same in a B2C scenario. Often it's the same, like you buy your own phone, you are the user and you are the customer. But many times, and the example Satwik gave is a good example, right? Parents buy things for kids, or in B2B environment, many times the guy who takes the decision to buy is not the guy who will be using it later, right? So we need this distinction. Very good. More comments, more questions when it comes to those definitions, right? Product and MVP and prototype, and yeah. Let me throw one more word here. Proof of concept. What is this compared to everything we already discussed? Where do we have
I would say
proof of concept?
it is very similar to the MVP, in which you are trying to prove your hypothesis is right, and that there is people will use it.
But what's the difference then? So proof of concepts, if we say it's like MVP, but it's not MVP, so what's the difference?
To me, the proof of concept comes prior to the MVP, because when you're talking MVP, you are already out something that people can transact with, use, etc., etc. Whereas a proof of concept is still internal facing. It's not shared yet with the customers. That's how I see it.
Yeah, that's right, I think.
Other comments?
I think you could have three proofs of concept. You could have one which is just basically if the concept is it technically feasible, I can have a proof of concept that I can build this thing. A different proof of concept is if I built this thing, would anybody ever buy it? That's a different concept. I could try to prove that concept. So I think I could have a different proof of concept for each circle on the Venn diagram we had a bit ago.
Yes.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, isn't it all validation? It's validation that all three pillars can be achieved.
Yes, thank you, Christine. So proof of concept can be applied to anything, right? Any concept that you have behind the product that you want to test, right? This is something small that you do a short test, which proves or disproves, right? Some of your ideas about your product, or about the way you sell your product, or about the way you create your product, or build it, or like any aspects of the three pillars. That's true. Good. Any other questions?
Does this discussion apply equally well for internal and external customers?
Sorry, can you please?
It feels like it's been kind of weighted toward. It feels like it's kind of weighted towards something I would sell externally.
If you look at our description of a product, we said user and value. And of course, as long as we say user and value, it fits internal products as well, right? So it's totally okay to have an internal product. Like, let's have a closer look at this, because sometimes there is a borderline somewhere there. So let's take a look at internal product. We have a company, we have a lot of salespeople running around, and we need a tool how to I don't know, synchronize their day-to-day meetings, right? We create a small CRM system, and it's an internal tool that the IT department or a team of people will be building, right? And when we build this, it looks like a product, and it's okay to think about it as a product because you have users, they definitely get value out of this thing, right? And we get value as a company as well by having this internal product. And as a team, we can always talk to salespeople as our customers. The only difference is that they are internal to our company. But it's very easy to think that as a next step, if this product is good and working for us, we can think that, oh, why don't we sell it on the open market as well, right? And it's going to be an easy or relatively easy step, taking this product from internal to external, and you just have more users, right? What I don't want to happen is sometimes you have splitted your product into technical components, and then you say that, oh, you know what? Okay, let me give you an example instead of talking. Let's take an example of this is a website, and this website is showing news, different news. And then in order to build this website, we need a storage, like a database. And in this database, we store news, right? So if we sell websites to our clients, these are our clients and they buy websites. And our organization is a web studio, right? Web studio. So if we think about website is a product that we sell. We sell different websites. And of course, customers, they don't care what kind of database we use. We can use MySQL, we can use Postgres, we can use Oracle or some other fancy technology, right? But customers don't care what kind of database stores their news, right? So in this case, database is not a product. It's just a component of a product. If we switch our view and we say that, look, there's somewhere here we have programmers, and programmers are customers of this database thing because they use it, right? They use it. And in that case, if you are Oracle as a company, and you can have this product, which is Oracle, which you sell outside, but your users are programmers in other organizations. And with that regard, Oracle becomes a product. So can everybody see the difference? Like there are situations in which Oracle is a product, and there are situations in which Oracle is not a product because the customer doesn't give a shit what's inside. It's not what they are buying, right? So typically it's very easy to track. Start with customers, see what they are buying, and that's the real product. And then of course you can have some sub products under there, but in that case you need to switch the users, right? The users will be someone else. In this case, Oracle can also be a product if you start treating developers as customers or as users. The customer probably, sorry, not customers, users. The customer is probably the organization, this web studio, that bought Oracle and gave it to its own developers so that developers can use it. Make sense? Good. There's a question from John in the chat. Does it matter if no one is willing to pay for it? Yes, it does, of course. In that case, we are not having a sustainable model, or I mean, it could be that we are not having a sustainable model because unless we get money from somewhere, we will not make it in the long run, right? Unfortunately, in today's world, the world is powered by money. It's energy, right? It's fuel, and we need this fuel. So you as a product owner is responsible to figure out how. If your customers are not willing to pay, maybe someone else can pay it. And we're going to be talking about it tomorrow when we talk about business model, right? But your business model should still give us the answer. How, John, will you survive? How will you make money? If your customers are not paying, maybe your advertisers will pay, right? And that's Google, right? We as users don't pay anything, but advertisers pay a lot. right? But your business model should tell us how you still make money, because your product, in order to survive, must have money. And that's why my formula, remember I told you the formula of Agile: happy customers, happy employees, happy owners, and we make money. And that's why this "and we make money" exists, right? Because without money, we will not kind of operate for a long time. So we still need money in today's world. So it's important to figure out if they are willing to pay or not. And this is something we're going to be doing as product owners. We will be checking if they are willing to pay or not. Questions, comments, reflections? Okay, one more thing that I want to share with you, and then we can take a break. I want to talk a little bit about two different approaches to product development. And here on the picture, you see two Steves. And most probably everybody knows the Steve to the right. This is Steve Jobs. Who knows who is the guy to the left? Also Steve.
Wozniak.
Wozniak?
Yeah, no. That guy, last name is Steve Blank. Steve Blank. And I want to share with you, he is a proponent of something we call like a method, customer development. And I want to give you two examples of how the approaches of those two Steves are different. So let's start with the Steve that everybody knows. So Steve Jobs, big visionary. Do we agree? Big visionary. The guy who had balls of steel, who could tell the whole world, I don't want to listen to users. I know what they're gonna need. I will spend $10 million on creating this thing, or $1 billion on creating this thing, and I will show to the whole world that I am right. And I will not ask anybody. I will just make like, I had a dream, right? I had a dream, and I think they need it. I know they need it. I know they're gonna love it. I just build it. And I don't ask anybody, right? He just spends huge amount of money on launching a product without talking to the world about it, right? And sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses. And if you read about him, like, you know, he had some big mistakes that cost the companies that he was running huge amount of money, where he had a dream, he launched a dream, and he spent $1 billion without getting it back, right? And again, and again. But a few of his products really fly, and this kind of pays for the whole show. And that's why investors were still willing to go and back his visions, because he has proved that he can dream and he can execute, right? And we actually do love what he presents to us sometimes. And this is the approach to product development that I call Steve Jobs approach. You don't ask users, you have your dream, you spend a lot of money, you build it, and then you figure out the moment of truth, right? Have we made it or not? And sometimes not, sometimes yes. And so, yes, you can be Steve Jobs. Unfortunately, not many people are like Steve Jobs, but a lot of people want to try to be Steve Jobs. So, and that's why 99% of startups still fail. I think we all want to be Steve Jobs, we all try, and most of the time it doesn't work. Most of the time we fail. Most of the time people don't need what you think they need, right? But this approach exists, and you can be, or you can try being Steve Jobs, but in order to dream big and to execute, I don't have a secret formula. So I don't know, I cannot teach you anything in the approach of Steve Jobs. So everybody is welcome to try this approach, and the time will show if you got it right or not. There is a different approach to product development that Steve Blank suggests to us, and this is a process of co-creation of product with our users, with our customers. And this approach, we will be learning together with you today and tomorrow. So whatever we will be discussing here is based on the ideas from Steve Blank. It's a modified version, but the general idea is still, if you see those two worlds as different, Steve Jobs, who says, hey, I know what they want and I build it, versus Steve Blank, who says, I don't know what they want and they don't know what they want. That's why we need to be testing every single thing. Every idea that we have, we think that this is a hypothesis. Maybe it's true, maybe it's wrong. 99% of chances that we are wrong. And so I don't know who I stole this quote from, but we treat our ideas as office fantasies. Whatever we fantasize in the office, usually not true. And we take this for granted, like this is our starting point. We don't know what users want. The users don't know what they want either. We have our office fantasies, what they might want, and we need to spend least amount of time and least amount of money in order to prove our office fantasies wrong. And that's the job of a product owner. This is what we're going to be spending with you 2 days on, like how to prove our office fantasies wrong. Most of ideas are wrong. Most of things that we build, they don't want it this way. And Steve Blank suggested that kind of doing this work in phases. He called first phase customer discovery, where we talk a lot to potential users. We try to ask them, hey guys, what is it, the problem you're trying to solve? Tell us how you live. Here is an MVP. Here is an idea of my sales channels. And then we go and try it out, right? Next phase is called customer validation. So we need to see if the solution that we find in the office is okay for those people. We need to find a viable business model that we can make money out of it. We have to test sales channels. We have to test our marketing. We have to see if it works. And if it doesn't, we pivot. We change the idea. And we do a lot of loops here. Talk to people, show them something, see if it works. If it doesn't, we change something, we show it again, we ask them for feedback, and we pivot again. So you do multiple loops here where build or have an idea, build it fast, give it for a test with real users, change based on their feedback. And we kind of do a lot of iterations here until we see that, hey, it looks like we have something in our hands. We have proved a lot of hypotheses by doing it in the real world. And only when we have product market fit, which means that we have a lot of requests and people are coming to us, asking us, hey, can you give it to me, what you have built? I want it, give us to me, or give it to me. Only when we see a lot of requests coming like this, then we start to like phase 3 and phase 4. Phase 3 is called customer creation, where we scale our execution because a lot of people are coming to us. We need to streamline our process internally. And last phase is a company building, where you scale organization and scale operations. Right. So that's the approach I'm gonna be spending most of the time talking with you about. I will not talk about Steve Jobs' approach. I allow you to be Steve Jobs on your own. So, and I think that if you try Steve Blank approach 5 times and you make 3 decent products based on this cautious hypothesis testing, maybe on time number 4 or 5, you can play Steve Jobs once, right? Because you will have credibility in front of other investors. You will be someone who already launched a couple of profitable products. You will probably, I don't know, probably you will launch those products in a certain industry, and you will be known in this industry for creating those products, and that may be the time when you can play Steve Jobs next time, right? But to me, kind of, if the idea of spending $10 million and blowing it away scares you, we have a different approach, and this is what we're going to be learning about. Questions and comments here on 2 Steves? Nope. All good. I think that's okay. That's about time. We can have a break because it's 12 o'clock in here in California. So let me start the timer. You turn off your screens. We take 10 minutes, and then we can continue. I will share timer. Okay, let's go back to work. Let's see, I think there is a question in the chat that I can write. Question from Michelle, probably when we return. Many times a product launch is a matter of time in the market, right? Does Steve Blank approach of cautious consideration deter you from being the first in the market? Yes and no, Michelle. So from one side, usually it's not the first guy to the market who wins. And we have seen examples, like many examples. iPhone was not the first phone, right? Or iPhone was not the first touch phone. And a lot of things, kind of making it first doesn't make you gonna win the market. And then when it comes to this cautious testing, if you do your testing and you see that it's kind of, it sucks you in, right? People want your product, you will see it, right? And I often say that a lot of time I am on a board of small business angel network. So we are investing in startups as business angels. So an early stadium when it's just the idea and a couple of guys, right? And they want some funding. And a lot of times what I see startups are doing, they are thinking too perfect about their product. Like they want it to be ideal before they launch. On Steve Blank's approach on the other side tells us, hey guys, it can be shitty, right? It can be shitty. You can be embarrassed for your launch. And if you are not embarrassed, you have waited too long. But when you bring something out on the market, yes, it's ugly, but if it solves an important problem of the customers, you will see that they are saying, hey guys, it's bad, but give it to me. I want to use it, right? So please fix this, and that, but give it to me, right? You will see that if you are working on a serious problem for the people, you're actually helping them achieve something that they want to achieve, and your product allows them to do just that. They will tolerate a lot of imperfections in your product. They will complain and continue using it. And this is actually one of the easiest way how to see if you have reached if you have found product market fit, right? To see that people are actually using your product despite all imperfections and despite all the things that they are complaining about, right? They complain and complain and complain, but they are using it. And that's the hint to you that you are onto something. And then, of course, you can, with time, you will fix the issues, but you need to see the reaction of the market. And if it is there, then just continue, then you are on the right path.
Quick question.
Yes.
So we had a discussion around this in our team. How important is it for your MVP to also be in a position where it can differentiate itself from other competing products in the market? Is it a consideration that is made at this stage, or does that come later?
I would say it's extremely important. You should be different from the others, right? You should be different. I don't know what it is, but it must be a clear differentiator between you and the competitors. And the longer you work, the more you should be polishing this differentiator, right? This is the reason why, like I say to startups, guys, you always must try to become a monopoly, right? Look at Facebook. Hey, is it ideal? No. If you ever been an advertiser and you log into their advertisement panel, kind of your eyes gonna be spilling blood, but you will still use it, and they will tell you that, hey, if you want, you can use another Facebook, but everybody understands that there is no other Facebook, right? So you need to be different. You need to work on your differentiator. We will be spending good time on it tomorrow as well. But figuring it right is extremely important. You need to tell the world how different you are.
I have a quick follow-up question to that. So, ideally that's what we learn in product management courses. But I do understand that, some folks have been in teams where they have worked or have an understanding of a product that was, that was taken to an MVP stage without really this consideration, with it being a differentiator. I would like to hear, if we are able to allow the time, or maybe tomorrow when we get to the point where we're talking about differentiators, what other folks' experiences have been, and if you have had experience with taking something to an MVP stage, how did you overcome that challenge if you didn't consider differentiation as a factor?
If someone has something to say, just go ahead and give us examples. It would be interesting to hear what you guys see out there.
So I had an instance where it was about playing in the same market to kind of for your existing customers. So we did an MVP of a email marketing tool, and as you know, like MailChimp, Marketo, all those guys are big in that field and kind of dominate. But we had a niche market, and so what we were trying to do was also have an email marketing tool that looked like the others, but was specific to our industry. So the tool itself did the same things. It just was, we had it built, kind of plug into other parts of our business. So that's been my primary experience with MVPs, which was like, let's play in the field. And as customers are using it, they'll give us feedback on how it needs to be different or better than the other ones.
Other comments from other people, other examples?
So, I was telling them that I work in a school nutrition software company. So, what we are doing is we had an old, we have a product, but then we are building a new software, which similar, or which is exactly the same in most kinds, but we are making it better, faster, and more improved. You might call that a differentiator. For the most parts, our MVP is the basic modules of the basic functionality, so that we can ease the customer into the new product, what they're familiar with, and then go back to them to understand what they would prefer, or what addition things that they want. So our MVP it's not necessarily a differentiated product. It's a similar MVP. It has a different look and feel to it, but the basic functionality and everything, the MVP is not a differentiator. So it's a newer version of it, or a new software itself, but it offers the basic modules. But we're going to reiterate it based on the customer's feedback, how better to iterate it on a different level.
Thank you, Anita.
So I agree with Monica and Anita, and also I want to state, so from my opinion, that the advantage does not necessarily is a function of the product. It can be some other advantages like niche market, like localization, or maybe cost effectiveness. So maybe you provide a worse product than some other providers in the market, but you can provide it for very, very cheap, and you can still find a market for that, because the core function is maybe some small business, just what is some small business needs. So for example, in my country, so I'm working in the fintech field, and we have to integrate with a lot of fraud detection solutions. And we have a lot of big names, like for face detection, there are Amazon, but Amazon's solution is not very good for detecting Asian faces. And we have to use a local provider instead of Amazon.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Ram. Thanks for sharing. When we talk about differentiator, not necessarily it's something different in the product itself. It can be something different in the business model, right? And we will focus on this tomorrow morning when we discuss business modeling, or maybe even today in the evening. Any piece of the business model you change gives you a differentiator, or can give you a differentiator. Good. All right, let's talk about product vision. Or you know what? Let me, before I go to the vision, I want to show you a different levels of product planning, because vision is just a part of it. So let me give you first an overview, and then we will be landing our helicopter down. So when I talk about vision, strategy, roadmap, this is how they relate to each other in my in my view, because I know there is like different people have different opinions on this thing. So I want to lay this thing out the way I think about it. I think that the vision is something in the future, and this is a very long thing. Like I see the world different some years in the future. I see a world free of cancer. That's a vision, maybe for a cancer drug, maybe not, but it's a vision, right? It's a vision. I see the world free of cancer. And then there could be different ways how to achieve this vision. Do we agree? Maybe it's a drug, maybe it's a surgery, maybe it's, I don't know what, right? Maybe it's some kind of light that kind of, I don't know, kills those cells. But so what differs, like vision stays, and vision is distant and somewhere in the future. And then those things that change are strategies how to achieve the vision, right? One strategy can be to create a drug. Another strategy can be to create a lightning source. Another strategy can be to, I don't know, to create a hospital where they're really good at making surgeries, or some advanced method of curing cancer. So strategies can be changed, and strategies have a little bit shorter perspective, and strategies are answering the question how to come to the, like, what's the road towards those visions, right? Not necessarily the full road, maybe just a few first steps. So if a vision is 5-7 years, the strategy could just say, okay, what should we try first year from now, right? Or a couple of years from now. And then one more level down, we talk about roadmap. When you have a vision and you have a strategy and you say that, okay, now I want to explore this special light strategy, right? Here's a roadmap, what I need to do, like what are the biggest assumptions that I need to work on in the year ahead, Q1, Q2, Q3, like 4 quarters in front of our nose. This is what we need to try. And that's going to be a roadmap, a little bit more concrete, but still not a very detailed thing. And then one more level down, we can talk about, if we use Scrum, we can talk about sprint goals, where we have our sprints between 1 and 4 weeks long. And we plan for that period, right? What concrete, what things will we be doing? And the lowest level is daily Scrum, every day. What kind of steps will we take towards sprint goal? So those are different levels of product planning. And we will be starting with the, like, any questions here? Is this picture okay to understand? Make sense? Good. So from here, we'll start talking about the vision, because that's the furthest thing away in our planning cycle. And product vision, this is a picture of future success, usually, I don't know, 5, 7, 10 years from now. Vision usually inspiring and motivating. Vision answers the question, why should people care, right? And if you have the answer to why should people care, suddenly it becomes easier for you to hire people as employees, to find a co-founder, to find an investor, right? But as long as why should people care question is answered, a lot of bricks starts falling into their places automatically. It's good if the vision triggers people's emotions. It's good if it's showing the future of the industry, of the markets, where are we going, what is possible, like articulates where are we heading and what are we proud of, right? And there are different ways how, like typically vision is a couple of pages, it's a text, or could be a text, could be a video, could be something that gives us enough emotion and pictures about this different future, right? And I do, sometimes I say, if you want to draft a vision, like you see a script on the right, choose a topic, choose a time frame, create a list of prouds. Like imagine you are in that future. Imagine you are in that future. And then start listing like, what are you proud of? Create a list of prouds in that future, right? Imagine you have a world kind of free of cancer, right? What are you proud of? You have cured millions of lives. I don't know, you saved a lot of anger and yeah, I don't know. Like create all those prouds, and from there, start writing from the heart, right? And as you write, you will probably create something that we call first treaty draft. Show it to people, see how they react, and do some iterations on this. And you will have a decent description of how the world or how different the world gonna be if you follow along. I think my own personal opinion, a lot of people skip this exercise. They don't do any visioning, and that's why I think a lot of products sucks, right? A lot of products, they are just, I don't know, like they just exist. There is no passion behind. There is nothing behind. And I think it's not good skipping this thing. So the only problem with this visioning exercise is, of course, you cannot create this vision just like, if you never thought about it, it's probably not going to be written by you in the first iteration, right? You need to have some experience. You need to have some, like, I don't know, maybe those visions come during the night to you, right? Maybe you are passionate about, usually it comes from passion, right? And this is also how I like to distinguish good product owners from bad product owners. I distinguish by the passion in their eyes, right? Good product owners are always passionate about the idea that they are building. They are always passionate about the industry in which they are working. And if you see this guy, he is like crazy, or a lady, crazy about like, hey, I will give the world this, right? I know, I want this to happen. And they are unstoppable, right? And this energy, this drive, this passion, this is something that powers typically, powers the whole team. And I think that's extremely important. I cannot force you to create a vision now because as I told you, I don't believe those things are just happening kind of on request. So we will do a slightly different exercise, which is also a piece of a visioning exercise. This is a template called elevator pitch or elevator test. You probably heard about it. It's a little bit more down to earth. And I urge you to create, like, if you are seriously working on a product, then don't skip the previous example, like try creating a vision, try to see where are you leading the people, right? But if you are not there and for the sake of our exercise, so that it's a little bit faster, what we're gonna be doing is now we're gonna find a product that your group is willing to work on. So we need something to test a lot of tools. Like product owners have a lot of tools, and I will be showing you those tools from the toolbox. We need an idea to apply those tools on. And this is something that we're gonna be doing in the next 7 minutes. I will give you time, talk to each other. There are two options. You, like, in the next 7 minutes, you have to find what you will be working on as your product. Your group will be working on one product. there are two options. Option number one, someone maybe can convince the others that, guys, I have this product at my work, and let's choose this product because it's cool. And the benefit of this is obvious. If you convince the others to work on your product, which you are already working on at your job, you will get some free power in the form of your group helping you work on something real, right? And it's going to be very real to you. This is also a downside because those people will be dragging you to the places where in which maybe you don't want to go. But okay, you have to play as a team. So if you convince them that this is your product, have some kind of try to not be bossy about all the things, how things are happening. But this is an option. If you can convince people that we should use the product from my job and it's very interesting, it could be very good learning for everybody. Second option, you can take something which you guys think is cool and it doesn't have any connection to your current lives, apart from one of you maybe is passionate about this thing or this industry or this topic. Some of you, I don't know, maybe yoga teacher and you want to create a new yoga app that doesn't exist. But if you just tell the people, hey guys, I'm passionate about yoga and why don't we create this yoga app? This can also create really good learning opportunities, because remember, as long as there is passion behind, either you are passionate about things at your own work or just passionate about it privately, this passion is the driving energy of product owners. So I'll give you now 7 minutes, talk to each other, pitch some ideas to each other what you should be working on. In 7 minutes, I hope that you have landed on one idea where you say, okay, our table gonna be working on that thing for the duration of the course. And for the duration of the course, you will be trying different tools on your ideas. And just to give you a spoiler, I have been doing these trainings for 15 years now. We have 3 companies which exist today, real companies, which were launched just by people playing as you now. They took an idea, they took it for the training, and then the guys just didn't let go. And there are 3 companies today living that were born on a training like this. Priyanka, go ahead.
Yeah, and I agree with you because I've done a product management course at UC Berkeley. And just like you said, companies are sometimes formed, out of exercises like this, which is why I have I don't know if you'll approve this, but I will ask anyways. If, let's say, I agree or I'm very interested in another team's product, are some of us allowed to switch just for the duration of the product, just because, I'm more aligned or I'm passionate about something like that?
Yes, it's okay with me.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So now I will put a timer on 7 minutes. Just have a good open discussion, talk to each other, watch a little bit the timer. I will just start the timer on Miro board. You don't have to do any writing, you don't have to do anything. Just talk openly to each other, discuss different ideas, bounce ideas off each other, and I hope that at the end of the 7 minutes you have a kind of an idea of what you can be working on. With this, any questions before I hit the start button? No? Everybody understands what we're going to be doing? Okay, so 7 minutes and I start now.
I'm still here. I think I got disconnected during the break.
Yes,
so
I'll get you back to your room, Priyanka. It was room 1, right?
Yeah, thank you.
we the only ones that listen to the clock?
They still have 15 seconds.
Just 7 of us here. I'm sticking to my team, Sergey. So.
Good. All right, everybody is back. So I'm really excited to hear if you guys landed on something or you need extra time. So table 1, what do you have, guys, the idea? Okay, good. Table 2, do you have an idea?
So table 1, I'm going to represent table 1. So we have an idea to create an shipping app where we won't be using any traditional shipping companies. But this new app, what it does is anyone who is traveling between the, two cities, they can log into our app and they can see if there are any shipping, anyone wants to ship something between those two cities. They can pick that shipment and, they can deliver it in the city that they are traveling for, some charge.
Yeah.
So that's our idea.
Nice, cool. Shipping app. And we don't need to know more. As long as you guys know what you're going to be working on, we are good with everything, right? And it's actually very good when you take some random ideas that you want to try out, because you will see a real process, how to take the idea from scratch, develop it further. And yes, most probably you're going to kill the idea on the way, but you're going to see the whole process and you will be applying different tools to this idea. So it's perfect. Great.
Sure.
So table 1, shipping app. Table 2, do you guys have something?
Should I go ahead?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So since last year, everybody went working from home. Everyone went remote. We want to create an experience in virtual reality by either bringing the workplace to them, or, there are so many other, limitations in terms of, applications like tourism. Tourist industry completely vanished. People stopped traveling. So maybe something like, we bring the world towards the our user. And the other solution, the other area we were thinking was working from home. So right now we are just collaborating on Zoom, right? And Zoom is, again, it's 2D, it's not that interactive, not that engaging, but it has been seen that in virtual reality you can have, bring and make teams collaborate in different places with avatars. So basically, see, if I'm in a room right now, and if I wear the VR headset, I can see your avatars, like everyone's avatars in the room. And the way you are brainstorming right now, showing the screen, right, sharing the screen, we can actually see that happening. Like we are in the room, sitting in the room, and you can go to the whiteboard and start brainstorming. So it's like a virtual world, if you say, like that is way futuristic, like Ready Player One. But yeah.
Nice, thank you.
This
good. Table 3, do you guys have an idea?
I guess you will speak on this one. So we have an idea about a dating app. So you already know about Tinder, but Tinder charge you for money. If you make a mistake, you swipe left instead of right, you have to pay in order to undo it. So for our app, we don't charge the customer. We make them like you can swipe left or right, however you want. We don't charge you. And when you hook up with someone, we will suggest some activities that you can do, some facility that you can go to. And at first, okay, we will provide these we will provide these suggestions for free, but then we start to charge the facilities to prioritize their results. So it's like a very niche, like search engine optimization within the app.
Interesting. Good, thank you. And table 4, do you guys have an idea?
Yes, we have an idea for a variation on a tracker app that we can use to track lost items or people. So I can clip it on my water bottle, or my car keys or my wife, and then be able to locate her when I need to find her.
Nice. Hey, all teams have something, and that's good. Then we can say that the lady or the guy who were crazy enough to convince everybody else to have this idea just become product owner. But of course, we are all kind of be learning on the same thing. But now we have teams, we have product to work on, and our first exercise gonna be to draft an elevator pitch. And for this, I will give you 15 minutes. Do you want the break now and then work, or you want to work 15 minutes and then the break? How do you want it?
Let's
Break
work
now.
through it.
Break now?
Work.
Or work now? Break or work?
Yeah, work now.
Let's vote in the chat. So break or work? Put a single word in the chat. Work or break? Work, break. Work, break, break, work, 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 break, work, work, work. Okay, more works than breaks. So, okay, let's do 15 minutes work and then 10 minutes break. So then I put a timer on 15 minutes and we go to Miro. And in Miro, we need to find, let me show you. We need to find the frame number 6. It's called product vision and it looks following way. If you zoom on it in the middle, you see a flip chart with my handwriting, terrible, but it gives you a template. So for target customer, who, and then there is a statement of need, what problem are we solving? Our product, and then there is a name of the product, is a product category that, and then follow it, key benefit or compelling reason to buy. Why are they buying? Unlike product alternative, our product, and then how are you different from your competition, right? So this is taken from a good book that I can recommend, Jeffrey Moore, Crossing the Chasm. And then the book is also talking about how to move from the early stage where you have some early customers using it, but not the majority of the customers, and how to enter this early majority, how to cross the chasm. And then on the tables, I have put colorful stickers with the same words, just that instead of my handwriting. So you can use stickers here to write your own description of your own product and your own elevator pitch. And we work for 15 minutes, and in 15 minutes, we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna have a pitching competition on our pitches. So any questions before we start the breakout rooms?
That frame is hidden for me. I don't know if it is for others too.
Frame should be hidden.
It says hidden for now. I don't know if it is just me.
Product vision, elevator pitch, frame number 6. Let me try zooming in and out here and see if I can. Let's see, if I zoom out, you can see where this frame is located. So can you see this frame now? It's when I zoom out, it's at the top 1, 2, 3, third frame. It's close to expectations, where we've been writing our expectations. To the right from expectations, there should be. Can everybody see it or not?
Yep.
Product vision, elevator pitch.
I don't know, for some reason it's
Can't see it either.
Yeah, mine's saying hidden for now.
Hidden? Okay, I can try hiding it and then unhiding again. Maybe it helps us solve the problem. So now I have hidden it for real. And now I have unhidden it.
Yeah, I can see it now. Successfully.
Okay, good. Well, then I put the timer on 15 minutes and we start working. Let's go. Okay, it's half a minute till everybody gets back, but when they get back, we will start our break. So if you want to go on the break, you can start your break and we will do the presentations when everybody is back from the break.
Sergey, could we all pretend to be investors listening to these pitches?
We will do this.
Ask the other teams questions?
Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing.
Perfect. I'm curious.
Yeah, we are raising money to launch our products. So
yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Are we going to pretend we're on Shark Tank? Can I be Kevin?
I want to be Mark.
I really want to be
you-
Kevin.
Are you
Yeah.
planning on giving us millions?
Yeah.
Kevin?
No, I'm going to squash you like the cockroach that you are. Yeah. You're
I wanna
sending
be-
money there to die. So I can be Mr. Wonderful. I think that'll be fun. So yeah, we've already renamed several of the other products.
That's going to be fun after the break. It will take 10 minutes now, and then we'll come back to do the pitching. So turn off your screens and let's get some movement and air. All right. So let's see where we ended up. So we were doing the pitches, the elevator tests, and I told you that after the break, we're gonna have a pitching competition. So I suggest that we do the following. Imagine you have $1,000 to invest of your own kind of hard-earned money, right? And you will have 3 other startups in front of you pitching their ideas. Why 3 and not 4? Can anybody guess?
The other 3 tables.
One of them is you.
Yeah, we will not vote for our own ideas. So you can give money to anybody else but your own idea. And what we do is I'll take these 4 names here, 4 names of our products. And as people gonna be pitching, you sit there and you think like an investor, right? Like you can only invest $1,000 and it's into one place, so you cannot split your money. So you will have to give your $1,000 to one of 3 products presenting in front of you. So make up your mind as people talk. We will give 1 minute to every product to present. So in a normal elevator, right? 1 minute is enough to give us the pitch, and then we will do the voting. Who gives $1,000 to whom? And with this, I just want to ask who wants to start. I can prepare a timer for 1 minute. And who wants to start?
So I'll be pitching for table 1.
Okay, let me zoom on table 1 first then. And after I zoom, I can also start the timer when you start talking. So we are ready.
Okay. So we call our app as Ship Next. Using this, we wanted to help customers provide with cost-effective shipping option, and also provide an option for new employment to make a side income while they were, already pre-planned travel schedule. So they don't have to go extra mile to actually do anything. Just while traveling, they can make some extra buck using our application. And for the people who wants to ship, this is a faster and cost-effective shipping option available for them.
Excellent. In 40 seconds. Thank you, Vivek.
Sure.
That was good. Let's go to some next. Who wants to go next?
I can go for team 2 if that's fine with my team.
Yeah, Prashant.
Or can you please zoom in a bit? Yeah, awesome.
All right, you're ready.
Oh. Yeah, ready. Oh, have you pressed start?
Let's go. Start talking and I'll press start.
Oh, okay. Hey Sharks, we are team Visualize. So are you ready for the future? Our product is targeted for companies that organize or participate in conferences. And this is because the in-person conferences have all gone online because of the pandemic, and the experience, the networking and engagement that we used to get from conferences has all gone down. Our product, Visualize, is a virtual reality platform that gives attendees the in-person experience and brings them closer to reality like they're attending the conference in person. Unlike the regular video conference experience on Zoom, or the other competitors we have, Virbela right now. We bring the conference experience, event experience to the comfort of your couch from your home. So let's go ahead and get started for the world of future.
Hey, nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's two more pitches to listen to. Who is going next?
I can represent table 3.
Give me a second. I'll zoom in on table 3. All right, ready when you are.
Okay, great. Our name, Sharks, is Perfect Date. We're turning the entire monetization of dating apps on its head. We'll be targeting retail entertainment experience-based vendors. So restaurants, entertainment, destination organizations that want to expand their customer base. This will be a software application and advertisement platform. The end user does not need to pay. It's easy to migrate user bases from competition. There's more opportunities to have matches from free undos and swipes, and more opportunity to get to customers. And the facilities will get to know their customers so that it increases their ability to sell to the users over time. This is a free app targeting dating recommendations driven by user preferences, and we would be going up against other dating apps, Tinder, etc., but it would be driven by experiences and giving people the tools they need for a perfect date. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And last but not least, we have one more pitch to listen from table 4. Okay, who can go from here?
Table 4, okay. I can go for table 4, unless John, you want to go. All right. Have you misplaced your keys recently? Have you lost your water bottle? Have you misplaced your child or your significant other? We are the app for you. Productive people with a phone to easily find misplaced items or people. And our product is called Finder, the #1 tracking app with a firmware device, hardware device, and a mobile app that goes perfectly well with it. It helps you find stuff at the push of a button, and is unlike the other app, Tracker, which has a rating of around 1.5 on Apple Review. Our product, our differentiator is our accuracy plus our business model plus far superior product. So please, Sharks, invest in us and our vision.
We were invented by a cute, precocious 12-year-old girl.
Good. So now you have listened to all the pitches. Let me do the following. We have a voting functionality here in Miro. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a voting. I think 2 minutes gonna be okay for us. So I'll put this timer on 2 minutes.
Can you divide your money into multiple products, or it has to be just one product?
No, just one. You have to pick one and not your own, right? So pick one.
Not your own.
Pick one and
Wait,
not
Sergey.
Yes.
Could I, before I invest my hard-earned money, can I ask a few questions to one of the companies?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, Ship Next. I have a question for y'all. So essentially people already have the flights in place. Let's say I'm going to Chicago. So you're basically gonna, whatever package needs to go to Chicago, you'll basically gonna send it me. It's like an Uber business model for shipping. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Other questions to some teams?
Yeah, I had a question. Table 2, I love your idea because it's something I've been thinking about, and I've actually been thinking how to bring the engagement experience in our team and get people to, have that pre-pandemic experience. How would you say, you differentiate, your product from what the Facebooks of the world can do, who have like a, proprietary video conferencing tech. They have the manpower, they have funding's never been an issue. They have, working on Oculus, like how are you going to compete with that? I do want to invest in you, so I just want to understand this is viable.
Yes, that's a very valid question, Priyanka. And definitely we are, we are small compared to Facebook. They do have the manpower, they do have the proprietary technology, they have Oculus, and our focus area is just going to be, we are going to develop an experience that they cannot deliver, because we might be using some of the tools, right? We need a VR headset that might be coming from Oculus or HTC. So our focus area is just to enhance the conference experience. Like that is our main objective. And we don't know what Facebook is developing. They are mostly focused on the product they have. And I don't think so they have yet thought about going into organizing events in virtual reality.
Well, going by how Facebook does things, they might after you come out with it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What Prashant said, our differentiator is out of the box platform, which would allow you to kind of configure the conferences. So we come in and leverage our expertise with the availability of booths and how you design your booths during a conference, different size of booths, and how do you monetize your booth itself as a customer, as a conference participant. Many times you would want to monetize and advertise on your booth. So those are the frameworks and built-in capabilities that our virtual reality world would provide you as a platform itself. And as an organizer, you don't need to worry about configuring or understanding and identifying those elements.
Very cool. Thank you, guys.
So my
Good.
question is
Do we
for
have other
table
questions
4.
from other people to some teams?
Yeah. So yeah, I have a question for table 4, if you can. So my question is that it's actually a very nice app, especially coming from somebody who loses things too many times, too many places. So so how is your app going to be any different from Tile? I hope you do have heard about Tile, which is more, it comes with a small piece of hardware and an app. They have a whole community of Tile users and everything. So how are you differentiating yourself from Tile?
Our app will not set your pants on fire.
Okay. And you are planning on doing a hardware piece along that goes with the app, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, are there more questions?
I had a question about the perfect date one. So I guess that's table 3. So part that I didn't understand was kind of the money making model. You said that participants weren't going to pay anything. So is this all advertising? How exactly do you expect to make long-term revenue?
So
I don't
let me,
know. Yeah, good.
Thank you, Carmen. So let me answer this question. So our model is that we try to attract a user base. So it's going to cost us a couple of years in order to build a large user base and also build a large, like integrations with the small business. At first, we will show them all the results. So we will not charge the end user in any way. But for the business, so first we just suggest the results based on some criteria like organic suggestions. But then when we have a large enough user base, we will start to charge the we will say to our facilities, hey, do you want to prioritize your result on the top of the suggestion list? And okay, we start charging. So of course this is like a, I don't know the word in English. So it's like a scaling model. So when we have more users, we are likely to gain more paying partners, and in a few years we will become profitable.
Was it okay, Monica, or do you need an explanation?
I kind of got it, I think.
Good. Good. More questions, or are we ready to vote?
Question for the Ship Next team.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on A, security, and B, liability? Have you guys considered what happens when someone picks your package and it doesn't get delivered, or it gets delivered broken, and so on and so forth, or a package physically harms the package carrier, so to say, the person who's carrying the package? How are you going to address all of those aspects of this business? Your thoughts on that, please.
So before someone, a traveler who can register, before they can actually, carry the shipment, they have to register and they have to go through a process of security, kind of the same way how we have for Uber. They have to check in and they have to go through a process. And once they are registered, whenever they can travel, they can log into our application, and then since they are already verified, so they can actually that's how we want to plan on the verification part and the security. And coming to the other piece where you asked for about the shipping damages and all. So as a company, we wanted to insure our company for any kind of damages. So if something happens, the customer can claim with us based on the package cost that they announce when they are shipping. Based on that, we as a company, we can claim from the insurance company, but we will cover the customers.
And to address your the security of it as well. So we are planning. We did think about it, and we haven't brainstormed about it, but we will be brainstorming about the regulations or the restrictions that we'll place on the type package that can be delivered through our system.
That's true. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. More questions, or are we ready to vote? Ready to vote? Okay, then when I click start now, there's gonna be a pop-up on your screen somewhere where you need to push vote now, and you do the vote. And they're gonna be plus signs on the sticky notes. You will probably see it on my screen now, but then you go to Miro and you will have to vote on your own, on your own in Miro. So if I click start now, and then vote now, and you see my stick has got plus signs on it. So if I hit plus, then my $1,000 is gone. My voice is gone. So do the voting.
Sergey, I just want to make sure I did it right. So are you saying just click on the sticky and then click on the table where you'd like to invest?
Above the the elevator test. Above this, if you watch my screen now, above this picture with the elevator test, there are 4 sticky notes. And if you click on voting button at the bottom of your screen, those sticky notes will have pluses on them. More stickies in the middle of the area.
Yeah, I don't think
And we're supposed to do this in Mira.
yeah, I'm kind of struggling.
It's okay. There are 24 seconds left. If you don't find it, then you will just add your voice. You just tell who you vote for, and we can count your voice.
Okay.
12 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hey, please don't move away the stickers. Now it's over. So the voting is over now. Let's see the results of the voting.
Yeah, I couldn't cast my vote either, just FYI.
Yeah, I couldn't.
That's
Yeah, I
okay.
couldn't either.
We can just see. Oops. Voting 1. And
I can see the results.
Yeah, here, if you see, I'm sharing the screen. This is the votes of those who have voted. So 5 on Ship Next, 5 on Visual Eyes, 3 on Perfect Date, and 3 on Finder. And those who haven't voted, where do you put your votes? Let's just do it.
Mine on Visualize.
Mine as well.
Okay, Visualize got 2 more votes. Anybody else who didn't vote?
Yeah, I want to visualize as well.
Oh, nice. Okay, so then I put +3 on Visualize. So Visualize won 8,000, and then Ship Next 5 and Perfect Date and Finder got 3,000 in funding. And let me give you a few comments when it comes to formulating your elevator test. Of course, it doesn't come right on the first attempt. So as we will be working further, you will be polishing your pitches. You will be kind of changing maybe the segmentation, but it's very good for the first draft. And then when we talk about target customers, it's possible to, like, we should always think how large is the market that we are trying to address. So if we just look at the market and trying to guess in what market do we have more customers? People who want to send packages and things around, people who want to have a different experience, kind of a visual one on meetings, people who are looking for a date or a significant other trying to find this, or people who are misplacing the things. Where do we think we have the kind of the largest audience in which of those 4?
I think the dating app probably has the biggest overall market because everyone's trying to find love and dating is, and there's no age. Maybe past middle schoolers and high schoolers.
Yeah, I would say shipping because it's repetitive. The same customer can have multiple shipments, and it's not just one. I mean, with dating, you find your date and you are with your date for a while. But for shipping, I ship one thing today, I can have another thing tomorrow as well. So
I think it's
that's the biggest
shipping as well.
I think it's the office business, right? Because that never ends. You have meetings every day, and then every day.
And I also think visualized market can be the product that they're building doesn't just have to be for offices. It could be for, fundraisers or, strategic planning events. I mean, it doesn't just have to be about a single meeting. I think that the market could be pretty wide if you spread out the applications use.
It's really a meeting platform than an office-driven thing. So yeah, absolutely.
Good. So let me ask you a different question now. So we can go wide when we are targeting our customers, and we can go narrow. An example of wide and narrow could be if I can have a dating app like for all the ages and for everybody, and doesn't matter who you look for. This will be very wide, right? Or I can have a dating app only for teenagers, right? So I can kind of condense it and go very narrow. And of course, this is true for almost any product. You can choose a wider audience or you can choose a narrow audience. My question to you is the following. Do you want to go narrow or do you want to go wide in the beginning when you are just about to launch your product? What do you want to choose, and what is smarter to choose as a product? Like if you are the real product owner and this is, you're doing it for real, is it wiser to choose wide or is it wiser to choose narrow? And what are your arguments for this?
Narrow, because you will build the product for that specific group, tailoring those specific needs instead of diving into all the other needs that are out there in the market, so that you can first validate with that set of users with that solving that specific need.
With the resource crunch and
I
the
second that.
amount of resources you have, it's easier to focus on a narrower market, a target audience.
Well, I think it depends on whether or not you need to customize it for the different audiences. If there's a, right, I mean, it feels like wide versus narrow isn't automatically the same as big versus small. If you have one consistent set of needs, it's just 100 million people. I don't know why I would shrink that to a niche that was a tiny subset. Maybe just from a marketing or a rollout strategy, sure, start with something more controllable so they don't tank my servers. But I'd probably like a product that targets 100 million, even if I only roll it out to 10,000 to begin with, to make sure I can service them.
Yeah, but as you, John, said, it makes perfect sense to go narrow in the beginning because your marketing becomes cheaper, right? Your sales becomes cheaper, like everything becomes cheaper. You know so much more. The narrower you go, the more you know about your users, you know what they do, like what they eat for lunch, you know where to find them, you know everything. So the more narrow you go, the more you know and the more answers you get for free, and the cheaper channels you can find. So if you are targeting everybody, kind of an ad on the television will cost you millions. If you are targeting just a small niche, you go to a local pub, I don't know, or a hair cutter, and you make a deal which costs you nothing, right? So as you said, marketing and sales becomes much cheaper the narrower your niche is, and that's why it makes a lot of sense. And of course, the second part of what John said is also right. Of course, we are trying to create a product which will, which allows us to easily widen the area later, but you always start with a smaller niche, right? You try to narrow as much as possible. Startups are often afraid of concentrating on a niche, which they shouldn't, but their argument is, oh, what if we narrow so fine-grained that there are very few customers, like 10 customers or 15 customers or whatever. And we say, hey guys, don't be afraid of this. If you go so narrow, you can win the position #1 very fast in that niche, right? So if the niche is small, you become #1 very fast. which also helps your marketing. Like, let's say that you are creating a product for men with mustache, and you become #1 in that niche. It's okay to later say, okay, now we've created our product, we are #1 for men with mustache. Let's extend our kind of customer base to men with mustache and the beard, right? And men with facial hair. So widening is usually not a problem, but going too wide is often a problem because it costs you too much and you know so little about your customers. So yeah, in the beginning, it makes perfect sense to narrow as much as possible. Akash, go ahead.
Sergey, a question there. I guess when we are talking about narrow or wide, we are talking in context of a B2C, where we as a company are trying to put something out in the market to make money, right?
Yeah.
If we were to reverse the equation, so to say, companies build products and solutions all the time for their internal customers, which is not going to make money, but then the function there is more either convenience or value or simplicity, making business work better, essentially. Do we put on the same same type of questioning hat there as well? Are we still talking deep and wide there, or are we talking then, what's the, I don't know, cost of total labor savings, for example, or total hours saved?
Yeah, I see your point, Akash. We can still think narrow and wide, because even if you are building an internal tool, instead of rolling it out to everybody, start with one department or start even smaller, right? Narrow down the needs of one department, will be more specific. Have I lost you? Oh, I think.
You're back.
Yeah, I think I lost.
Back.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I was trying to say is, it makes a lot of sense to still talk narrow and wide, even in the constraints of the same company, because if instead of rolling out to the whole company like an internal tool, you can start with a subset of users, one department or one team, right? But the needs of one department will be fewer, right? Less stakeholders to manage, less fights to be had. So in the beginning, it still makes sense to narrow down and to launch on a subset of your users, trying to create a perfect tool for them, and then expanding and expanding and expanding and eating the neighboring niches. Make sense?
And Sergey, somewhere I think it's also a factor of vision, right? If you have the vision of expanding and reaching out to a broader audience, your strategy is to begin small, because that's important when you're actually focusing on a narrow audience, to build a platform which could be expanded and which is scalable in future.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't get the diverse capability set, across different elements of the enterprise if you don't go wide, because the needs for my warehousing is going to be different from the needs for my sales, is going to be different for the needs from my folks in the store, so to say. So if I only focus in stores, I'm going to miss out on the others' needs, and I might risk going deep in stores.
But in the beginning, it's fine, Akash. In the beginning, it's very fine, because it allows you to concentrate on something small and to prove the main ideas, like, is this thing viable at all, right? Can I make at least these people happy? Because of course, making these people happy is an easier job than trying to please everybody. So as soon as you're trying to please everybody, you're making your job harder. And you always have limited resources. You have limited time, limited capabilities of your people, and your team is small in the beginning, and you have not that much funding in the beginning. So it makes a lot of sense to start small and to prove everything. And as soon as you have proven that, hey guys, look, it's work on this thing, right? We are getting users, getting traction, users are happy, everything is good. then you can always widen.
To your point. Thank you.
Sergey, I'm still trying to get my head around this idea a little bit.
Yeah,
help me. What I'm worried about is, great. I took your advice and I went narrow. I designed a product which is good for men in Finland with mustaches.
Yeah.
I already know there aren't enough men with mustaches in Finland to pay my development costs when I'm all done.
Yeah.
How do I not paint myself into a corner where I'm then trying to market it to women with mustaches in order to pay my bills?
I think, John, if this is a real situation, then there's something wrong with your pricing. Or with the business model. So think about this way: whatever we do, you should be able to launch it in a smaller scale and see enough people coming in, which are paying users, which can justify the future investment. So you don't spend $10 million at once to figure out that you don't have enough audience, right? You should be cautious. You should, of course, you look at all the men with mustache in the whole world, and you know that you can scale there. Even though you remember that probably guys with mustache in Africa will be different from people in Finland with mustache. But you could say, okay, maybe Europe with mustache is the same, and then I have kind of developed countries like US, Canada, Australia, maybe the same, maybe a little bit different, maybe some local specificalities. But you think about all those things. You think about which market you should start with. But I would, if you are not taking Steve Jobs' approach, I would try to find a niche in which I know that, okay, if I work with this niche for a year, I can get my money back, right? And they can pay for my future development. If you are not there, I would I would try to tailor the business model. I would try doing something with the pricing or like something, and we will be looking at those things tomorrow, like how to play with the business model with different aspects of it, so that whatever you do, like ideally, I want you to be able to bootstrap your thing without external financing, right? Because that will prove that you are actually building something that people are needing. And if you can do it on your own without people using millions on it of external funding, is just tells us that you have found something really valuable for the people, which gives me also as an investor, which gives me much better kind of confidence and willingness to invest. And we will be talking about unit economy tomorrow. Like I need to see that one user for you is a profitable deal. If one user for you is not profitable, if you tell me that, oh, you know what, I need the same guy to buy 10 times from me, like I am depending on them reverting back and paying me 10 times for, like, I don't know, there are a lot of products which like razors, right? And you're building razors for those guys with mustache, right? And you say that, okay, selling one razor once doesn't make sense for me, but if the guy pays me 10 times, then it makes sense for me. This will be a less attractive financial model for me as an investor. I would prefer that your product will pay off customer acquisition cost from the first sale, not from 10. I want to have 9 of those sales as a bonus to me, rather than I need to count on those 9 sales to come later so that you make this user profitable. And we will discuss this tomorrow. So if you don't, guys, if you haven't kind of, if you're not catching with me on this now, it's all right. We will be going deeper on this tomorrow. Like lifetime value of a user versus customer acquisition cost.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Good. Okay, I think that's about time we take a break. It's almost 2 o'clock, so let's have 10 minutes. I'll share the timer and you turn off your screens. Hi, everybody. By the way, can everybody see the countdown timer? Akash just wrote to me that he cannot see the timer.
I can see.
I
Yeah,
can
Was the timer visible?
Yeah.
Weird.
Okay. Akash, I don't know, just try maybe logging out and in,
Perhaps.
the Zoom. Should be visible. Like now I stopped sharing, but yeah, it was there. Well, we have 1 hour to go of our training today. I think we can start talking about business modeling, even though we will not finish it. But it's good that you will get this idea into your head, and then we can continue on it. Like, it's good to sleep on this, and then we can continue doing this tomorrow as well. So let me share the screen again with the PowerPoint. Can everybody see me sharing?
Yes, works now. Thank you.
Of course. Okay.
Yes.
So let me, like, what you see on the right is a graphical representation of business model. So how can we there are different ways of how to present a business model of a company, right? And this is just one of them. I picked one because I think it's visual and it's very simple. This model comes from Alexander Osterwalder, and he has a great book. I can type the name of the book, which kind of you can take and read more on the model itself. So business model generation, Alexander Osterwalder. So that's the name of the book, which talks about the model in details, but we will do an exercise so you will have a good understanding of this now. And he also have a second book on the topic, which is called Business Model Validation, which comes after this one, Business Model Validation. So both validation. So both books are good. Let me present to you the model itself. So he says that, okay, whatever your company is doing or whatever your product is doing can be described with these 9 blocks that you see on your screen. And the sequence that he suggests that we are using on this is you start with customer segments. The block to the right is who do you want to sell to, right? What is your target audience? And then it's value proposition. What do you offer, or what do you want to offer to those guys? And it could be that you have different customer segments. So like what I offer a version of my product to guys with mustache, and I will offer a slightly different version of my product to the to guys with beards, right? And this means that I'm gonna have 2 different value propositions as well. A red one for the guys with mustache and a green one for the guys with beard. And that's okay. So who is your customer and what do you want to offer? And then you go to block number 3, which is sales channels. So if you want to offer this to those people, next question is, where do you find them, right? Where do they live? Where, I mean, not literally live, but through which sales channel can you reach them? And then you go to the top block number 4, between value proposition and customer segment. You ask yourself a question: what kind of relationship do I want to build with these segments? So like 2 examples here, which are easy to understand. Imagine McDonald's, where the customer relationship is everything automated. You are just one of 1 million customers. And like, here's a set of options, sir, please choose next one. Here's a set of options, please choose next one. So really fast, efficient, kind of nothing personal, no personal touch, is just almost automated way of giving you good, rapid, cheap service. In contrast, if you sell, I don't know, super yachts, and if the price of your product is, I don't know, $10 million, of course, it can be a very different customer relationship where you come to our offices, we open a bottle of champagne, we talk together, you get a private guide through the factory, and we show you how the yachts are built. So it will be very different relationship, right? And it's possible to plan those things. And of course, those relationships, they have its own price. And this needs to be reflected in the business model somehow. Then you go to the left side. So block number 5 is key partners. Like if you don't have to do everything by yourself. You can outsource certain pieces to partners. Like imagine, I don't know, if we are doing this shaver for guys with mustache, I can have UPS as a delivery partner. I don't have to reinvent logistics, right? I don't have to figure out how to do delivery, last mile. I can just outsource, pay something to the partners, and they can take care of a certain piece of activity that you need to do in order to deliver your product. Block number 6, key activities. What is it that we must be doing regularly so that our product continues to live? So if I, for example, if I feel that customers really need to try my product, and if they haven't tried, they don't buy, then maybe my activity could be that I create a lot of different stands in I don't know, in barber shops, and when people come to make a haircut, they're gonna be a guy there standing with a free razor saying that, hey, give this razor a try right now while you're kind of cutting your hair. We can also give you a chance of like try our new razor for free, right? And you can do these kind of activities regularly, which help you sell. This is something that you put here in key activities. Key resources is another thing. This is block number 7. When it comes to key resources, again, those are things that you must have, which are important for your business. Imagine I am doing a printing business. If you need a good machine that can print out millions of copies in color, and this machine costs $1 million, this is where you put it, key resource, right? We must have this machine. The key resources are not people, right? Key resources are physical things that you need in order for your business to operate. And then 2 last blocks, block number 8, costs, and block number 9, revenue streams, right? So from you get different revenue streams from different customer segments. So for example, guys with mustache are paying you X for their product, while the guys with beards are paying you Y for their offerings, right? And it can be different amount of money that you get from different customer groups, which is okay, but you can count on those revenues. And you can also have different sales channels for different customer segments, right? So you can, like guys with mustache, you catch in certain types of sales channels, while guys with beards in different. But these 9 building blocks allows you to rapidly express all the ins and outs of your business. Like this is, in essence, a picture of how your business works, how you make your money, what do you need to operate your business, and who are you selling to and how you sell it, right? So it's a very simple model, and we will be trying to build a business model for you now, for your own products. We will do a 10-minute exercise now, and then we will take a break. You will not be done, so don't try finishing the whole thing in 10 minutes. It's not possible. So start slowly, have a discussion, talk to each other, write as you talk. We don't have a goal. We need multiple iterations. I just want to split our iterations in 10 minutes times, because we work for 10 minutes and then we come back and we do a little debrief where I can give you some hints and I can give you some advice on different things. But it's much better to look at this model in kind of with real data. Instead of me just giving you fake examples, we will be looking at your concrete products that you are already working with, and it's going to be much better for us, kind of much easier to understand it when we have something concrete.
How many iterations or exercises do you have in mind that we can dedicate towards building out the entire canvas, the business model canvas?
So in real life, when we do something like this, I would invite my whole team. So typically a couple of co-founders, I would invite a couple of potential customers, or at least if I have customer segments in mind, like guys with beard and mustache, I will try to invite 2 of each into the room so that they can spend time together with us. So it's a workshop typically done with 10 to 15 people in the room, and I would do this as a full day workshop. So in reality, it's not done in 10 minutes or in 20 minutes. Like you need good time, and one day, sometimes 2 days. This is when it becomes real.
I meant for exercise purposes for this course.
Oh, for exercise, we will do a couple of, like, maybe 2, maybe 3 runs, and I'm not sure if we do all of them today. So we will start now, we will spend 10 minutes, and then we will see how it goes. Maybe we will call it a day today and continue tomorrow. Maybe we will do 1 more run today and then 1 more run tomorrow. So we will see, depending on how fast are you progressing, and there is no rush. Just work with the good pace that your team is comfortable with working. So nobody gonna kill us if we do 1 more round tomorrow. So with this,
So is the,
yes, go ahead.
yeah. It looks like the same card again for Noward business model.
Sorry, I didn't catch.
Number 7, are we doing frame 7 business model?
Oh yeah, we are doing, I'll show you where we go. Yes, we are going to number 7. I need to unhide it. And it looks like this. So first, there is an example. And if you see it's blurry on my screen now, if it's blurry on your screen, you just continue to zoom in and zoom in and zoom in until you see that it starts loading. And when it finally loads, then you can zoom out again, and then it will stay loaded. Please don't move this thing around. I see that someone is, hit Control Z. If there's something, if you move something that you didn't want to, just hit Control Z and it will snap back on its place. Let me just lock it so that nobody is moving it. So I locked the picture now. It sits, it should sit in the same space for now. Let me do this probably with all the other blocks as well, so that they are not moving around much. So I lock the whole thing. So if you see, we have this example, the template, which can help you. It has a little bit kind of a few questions that can help you with writing your things. So if you need inspiration, zoom in on those blocks and read. And then I have created 6 different tables. So for every, we need only 4 of them, right? Group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. But if you zoom in, you will see all those 9 blocks, building blocks: customer segment, value proposition, relationship, sales channels, and so on. So of course we use respective, like table 1 uses table 1, table 2, table 2, and so forth. Questions, comments before we start?
Which boxes are we filling in these 10 minutes?
Start with with the right side. So start with customer segment, value proposition, sales channel, and have a couple of stickers in every block before you move on. So work on the right side of this of the model in the beginning, and only when you have 2 or 3 stickers in every block on the right, move to the left side. So I think 10 minutes is, yeah, it's not.
Is it me or Sergey? The business model canvas,
Yeah.
looking at the mirror board, it's not legible.
Yeah, super blurry.
Zoom in, continue zooming in. If it's blurry, zoom in.
If you can zoom in until to 200%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I went until 400 actually. Just
Yeah.
zoom in on until 400 and then you can zoom back out.
Yeah.
Maybe
Even then, I think the image is just too far stretched out.
Yeah.
Could you just maybe put on the shared screen here for reference? I don't know if that'll work for everyone.
I can leave it shared, but what you can also do, you can in your smaller groups, one of you can share the screen as well. So when you are in a smaller group, someone can share the screen. But it's just, if it's blurry, just continue zooming in till 300% or 400%, and it will load. And you can also download the image. If you click on the image, it will give you this download. The arrow pointing down is a download. So you can download it to your own computer, and then it definitely will not be blurry. Good. Okay, so we are ready. I'll put a timer on 10 minutes. You start working on business models. Let's do it.
Sarek, based on the conversation that we're having, I think we need multiple iterations to be able to discuss all this.
Yes, that's
Definitely more than two, I guess. We were able to hardly get 3 segments, so.
that's why you see, I told you in reality you need a day.
True. Yeah, I agree. But I can actually see a picture, in reality, how we can actually have, a long conversation on each of these segments.
And
then,
that's what I were supposed to ask. Did you have a good conversation, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Because this tool is okay. We can wait till everybody else comes, but this tool main purpose is to activate the talks, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, now everybody is with us, and what we were discussing here with one group while you guys have been working there. I want to ask everybody: did you have good conversations?
Yes.
Yeah, because this tool's main purpose is to have a good, deep conversation about those things, a constructive fight, if you want, right? It's very good to have a facilitator who is neutral here so that you can get everybody's opinions heard and discussed and crystallize something and also what is good here, you don't have to agree on things. You write those things down and you put them on a table and then you just let it be there, right? You can have, imagine, like treat this table as a map with a huge number of hypotheses. Nobody knows the right answer. Like nobody knows. We don't know what the customer needs. The customer doesn't know either. So we look at this as a set of our office fantasies, right? We fantasize, we discuss things, we write ideas down. And after we create a lot of different ways of how to see our business model, it can be 2, 3, 4 potentially different business model. One guy says that, hey, I think we can make the most money this way. The other guy says, no, I think we can make the most money that way. And you can have all those different things with different colors stickers here presented for you. And you don't have to take the decision which one is right, which one is wrong right here, right now. You have all of them here in front of you. You have good discussions. And then you create a plan how to test your riskiest assumptions. What if this is not true? What if this is not true, right? And you create simple activities which will allow you to test those assumptions. And this is what we essentially gonna be doing. And this is what we are doing when we are launching ideas, right? We take ideas, we throw them on the wall, and then we start prioritizing kind of what kind of assumptions here are the most riskiest ones that we need to test as soon as possible. And we want to test the riskiest ones first. Who knows why?
Fail fast.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. Fail fast. So if our assumptions are wrong, we want to know it sooner rather than later. Before we spend 9 months of our time and hundreds of thousands of dollars on developing something which will not fly, right? We want to find those assumptions first, test them first, and if we are doomed to fail, we better fail now rather than later, right? Because still we have time, still we have money, we can pivot, right? We can change the idea, or we can change the customer segment, or we can change the way we monetize, or we can change the offerings, or we can change a sales channel, or we can change so many things in the model to try to make it work, right? So that we are not hanging ourselves into one solution here. We are throwing as many ideas as we possibly can onto this table, and we are kind of discussing all of them, having good conversations. And that's why I told you kind of you need a day or two to create a decent first draft, and then we work on them further. So let me take a quick look and at what we have here. So travelers looking for additional income, mass market. So things like mass market, guys, this is not detailed enough. So don't throw in broad segments, like mass market is everybody, right? Be more specific. Remember, in the beginning, you are much better off if you can find some crazy ideas which are giving you focus. So if you would say here, I don't know, let me fantasize. Okay, if you say Uber drivers, I'm just fantasizing, but again, Uber drivers. This will be a much better segment. If this flies, it gives you a much easier way to kind of to approach the segment, to approach these guys, because you know who they are. You know, like as soon as I say Uber drivers, you know what I mean, right? And it's much better than thinking mass market. So think specific and try to go narrow in the beginning. And the same here, guys. If I zoom in, corporate, tech, event management, at least like those things are free stickers already. They are different. Corporate is too wide, right? You need to be more specific. So event management companies, okay, maybe. And even then, I think event management companies are different. There are event management companies that handle kind of events with thousands of people, and there are event management companies where there is me and Boris type of thing, right? So I think they have different needs. I think they need different offerings. So try to be really deep down and specific about your customer segments. Remember, go narrow. Anita, go ahead.
So my question was that, so as we were doing this, we were thinking that it is for our whole product itself. I understand initially we're going narrow. So that would be, so our, you know, my thinking was that in our business, this is our business model. So ultimately we want to target the mass market or the people that we had listed there, right? So that's our ultimate goal. But then when we launch the product, we might take a subset of the whole segment or the subset of the bigger umbrella segment. So there, you know, that was the idea behind that. But so what you're saying is do the narrow, not do, whenever you're launching your product, who's the narrow market that you're segment that you're going to target, that's the one that you want it here. So anything that we're going to be putting on the business model is going to be for your launch product, not the end goal or, you know, the big picture. Is that what you're saying?
Become big, right? But I would rather see 10 specific segments now, because then your conversation will go between, okay, how can we prioritize those 10? Do we want small children named Bob or small children named Jane, right? And why? So the more specific you are here and the more segments you have, the more concrete your conversation becomes. Because if you put mass market, someone will say, okay, we need a radio campaign or TV campaign. And then you need $10 million. And suddenly this thing grows out of proportion, right? We don't need that in that stage. So in the beginning, try to focus, and it will make your kind of tests cheaper and faster as well. Good. I don't think we do more runs. I want to do a retrospective of the day today, and I don't want to delay you. So let's leave it as it is. Sleep on it a night, and we will continue doing more iterations on this thing tomorrow. We will just leave it as is now. It's good that we have started on it, because then the whole idea of the canvas will be in your head, breathing. And then tomorrow we will have a much better run on this. For now, I suggest that we go and take a look at the last frame for today. It's called retrospective day 1. So if you click on the frame number 8, retrospective day 1, it looks the following way. Let me bring everybody here in Miro. So there are 2 areas there. Green area where I have kind of created a placeholder for what you think worked really well for you today and you want me to continue doing it. So write sticky notes. I will give you 10 minutes now. You will talk to each other. Write sticky notes what worked really well for you today and you want me continue doing it. So put stickies here. And then second area, purple, what could we do differently in order to improve your experience? So ideas. If there is something that didn't work quite well for you today, can you come up with idea, what can we do differently tomorrow? Like a concrete suggestion, hey, Sergey, do this. Or Sergey, don't do this. So concrete ideas, how we can make it kind of better tomorrow. So what worked well, what we can do better, that's gonna be 10 minutes in our next breakout session. And we're gonna be done for today. So any questions before I start the timer?
Is this, we're doing this in teams or as individuals?
As teams, yeah. So talk to each other,
okay.
Share your opinions, put stickies on the board.
Okay.
Good, so I'll put the timer on 10 minutes and see you all back here.
We are back.
Still 30 seconds till everybody is back. All right. So congratulations on making it till the end of the day. Nobody fell asleep, which is a good indicator that that we are doing all right. I will not bother you by me reading your feedback. I will do it on my own, and I will structure this a little bit, group together. So I think we're done for today. It's almost 6 o'clock, 1 minute till 6. And thanks everybody for showing up on a Saturday, on using your time to expand your knowledge. I see you all tomorrow, same time, same space, virtually. And yeah, have a great evening and the rest of the day for you. I see you all tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks,
everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
See you all tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Tomorrow.
Cheers.
Already tomorrow for me though.
Yeah. It's today for you, Trump.
Yes.